What is up, everybody? Hello and welcome to the Wednesday stream. A little bit later than I was planning. I was gonna stream a couple hours earlier. Sorry about that. I'm a little mad late to the party, but I am just in time for today's Challenger Cup. We've got some tournament action in Master Duel once again, and I think it's gonna be a good time. We do have to find out whether Tenpai can have some competition today, because you guys know how the last Challenger Cup went, or maybe you don't know, but Tenpai was, I feel like, rivaled during the last Challenger Cup. There were a couple of people who were trying their best and doing well with other decks, but in the end, Tenpai did take down the Sunday Challenger Cup that we had. So let's find out on this Wednesday evening or morning, depending on where you're tuning in from, whether Tenpai can also succeed today, or whether people are bringing some other stuff. So yeah, make yourself comfortable. We've got some Challenger Cup action. We're gonna hop in a little bit of a warm-up duel myself, because we do have some time until the first round starts. So why don't we go ahead, boot up the game, and do a little bit of a warm-up duel. Let me get the timer out of the way until we actually start. What do I want to play for my warm-up? Should I just play Dragons again? I kind of have that itch to play Paleo, but at that point, we're probably missing the entire first round. So I'm not going to do that. Play some Centurion. I haven't played Centurion in a long time. What's your opinion on Ice Barrier? I think the Ice Barrier cards are very fun. They are also pretty good overall. So yeah, it's a rogue deck, but it is not bad. Not a bad one. The only, now, I mean, you can probably guess this, but the only way I've played Ice Barrier so far is with runic cards. But yeah, it is what it is. All right, we'll start with a Bonbon here. We get Max Seed right at the bat. That is fine. With Centurion, most of the time you don't really hear about this. We're just gonna try. We're probably gonna set up. We might have to. We probably have to give them one draw here, because we don't have access to Primera. So we wouldn't have the field spell. Unless I want to set it with Emblem of Oath, I could. But I kind of was. I was gonna go and set the trap card with Emblem of Oath. Maybe I do set the spell to give them no draws. No draws. I mean, place Primera. 0 draws, but not having Phalanx seems okay. Let's set the field spell then. Activate it. We're not going to use its effect to place, I don't think. We're just going to set the Emblem of Oath and pass turn with no draws. Red Eyes Fusion is not what I was anticipating, so it seems to be a Dragoon deck. Which is fine, I think, because my synchros are just bigger than Dragoon. I think that's fine, at least. I mean, they're not going to summon anything else. They got the Dragoon sleeves and everything. They are committed. Okay, they drew Red Eyes. That's nice. How come this was... I think the Dark Magician was distributed as a Royal Rare at some point, right? Because everyone I'm seeing with Dragoon has a Royal Dark Magician, but not a Royal Red Eyes. I mean, they also, not everyone has a Royal Dragoon, so... activate Shining Sarcophagus now. That's not very threatening, because they can't summon anymore. Yeah, the Dark Magician was a bundle, because I also remember that I have it too, so it must be. Alright, so this does give them some discard fodder, but not more than that. When is the 3rd anniversary in Master Duel? I don't know exactly when the quote-unquote festivities start in the game, but it should be coming up soon. The game is 3 years old now, right? Like it should be any moment now. I don't know exactly when, but should be soon. Well, I mean, summoning out my Centurions here doesn't really do anything. Alright. That's a little late to the party. That won't really help. Let's activate Rudea and see what they have to say about that. That's a pretty good thing to say about that. I'm not gonna lie. I kind of hate that for me. I can just destroy this by battle, right? Right now, if I just don't activate anything. So I'll just summon these two. Make it a level 8. Not activate anything. Make Legacia, which is 3,500. I'll not activate that either, because otherwise they would be able to just destroy it. And then we're outing Dragoon. Hopefully. Okay. And main phase 2 we can set up for the opponent's turn. So Trodea. Primera. And let's also get the trap card. During the end phase, I'm gonna activate this and place a follow-up Primera probably. All right, so how concerning is the Shining Sarcophagus setup for me here? I reckon not that scary, but we'll see. Add a card that mentions King Sarcophagus. Shining Sarcophagus. Too many Sarcophagus! Gandora G is the one that... Yeah, okay. Sure. Okay, let me read this for a moment. We're gonna hop into round 1 right after this game because it is just about to begin. You can special summon this card from your hand. If this card is destroyed by card effect, special summon this card. Set it. Okay, we just don't have to do anything about this. This guy just doesn't. We don't care about that guy. Yeah, that's fine. You are allowed to have that. That negates spell cards or effects. Are these these are continuous trap cards, so I don't care about that either right now. I guess it does stop my stand-up from activating, but I can chain block it, so that's fine. No maxi. Yeah, I should have maxied. I've kind of forgot. Alright, the Gandora I have to do something about. Thank God that's not an on-summon effect. Alright, we'll draw, stand up Centurion. That'll give them a whatever, that's fine. We'll just phalanx the Gandora. Don't know what that means. Is that another Dragoon? That is another Dragoon. Okay. Sure. This is just Dragoon, like Dragoon the deck. That is Dragoon the deck. Am I missing something? Oh, they thought it was on both players' attacks. It's only when I attack. That's not how it works. Good, we found that out together. All right, good talk. Good talk. All right, well, their entire deck cannot beat a 3500 attack monster. Good to know, good to know. All right. Successful warm-up duel. That was a fun one. Let me quickly grab the spectate code for round number 1 of today's Challenger Cup. Now, we have a little bit of a smaller one because it is the middle of the week. 128 players today. First place still walks away with the Branded Fusion playmat, which I think is also part of the reason why we are, I think, fully... I think the tournament is full. Maybe if some people didn't check in, but it definitely was full when I checked. All right, let me grab the spectate code and we hop right into round number 1. Let me also get the timer back in. And here we are. All right, good. Let's hop into table 3 here. We've got Simoti versus Sad Potato for round number 1. Let's see what kind of decks we're seeing here. Could have had a Hugin mat, but unfortunately it isn't. Yeah, that's my bad. That is my bad. We did lose the playoffs. It would have been Hugin if we won, but I think more people are happy about it than people are sad. All right, we're starting with not a typical opener. Set 2 spells or traps and a monster. We've got a Cult by the Grave for the Lubellion, which is a neat thing to have. However, they are dodging it with another Bastille because they're playing a Bastille deck. Is this Dragons? Is this Centurion? What does this mean? Either way, it's cool. I love Bastilles. We're searching Magnamut. However, the Lubellion is still banished. Oh, it's Bastille Tenpai? That is not what I was anticipating. I mean, that is a deck that people are playing in the TCG right now, but not really in Master Duel. Like with the Lubellion and stuff, it's not very common. All right, we're pitching an Effect Veiler. We're specialing Chundra. I mean, look, this might just be... Oh. Oh. It might not be over. We have... It's branded. That has just not opened a play. In 60 cards. But we did open Super Poly. However, the Magnamut is guaranteeing us a play next turn. So... Alright, well, Seals in main phase 2. End phase. This could be an opening... for Branded to get back into the game if they've drawn some playable cards, maybe some Branded Fusion access. However, we also got a Maxi. That is making the Thrust live though, which we're ashing, so we know Maxi Ash Baldrake was their hand. Okay, maybe not so much of an opening. Yeah, not really. I wouldn't call that an opening at all. We didn't really give them an opening. All right, let's see if this is just gonna be a game here. Most likely is. We have Kaiman and Sangan summoning in hand now with a Baldrake. And I don't think Branded is going to be able to withstand that. And they see the writing on the wall. Unfortunate draws here for Branded. I am intrigued. Let's say interested in what that Tenpai version is. Because, I mean, of course, there were Tenpai cards which you know, but there were also bestial cards. Not traditionally, you don't see Lubellion in Tenpai, because that suggests you're also playing like Regained and stuff like that, which sign me up for that. That would be I mean, that's at least some cards I really like. All right, we are going first here with 40 versus 40. We're pitching a Flamberge Dragon for Diabellstar. So this looks like Snake Eyes, probably Fire King. Haven't seen pure Snake Eyes in a long time. It's always Fire King, I feel like. Snake Eye Ash searches Poplar, which if it is Fire King, the Poplar probably doesn't have a search target, but it does here. So we are playing Divine Temple. So is it Snake Eyes? Like pure Snake Eye? Or are we just choosing to run Divine Temple in the Fire King variant? We'll see. IP Masquerena, replace the Snake Eye Diabellstar. Snake Eye Diabellstar can still summon out as well. Promethean Princess revives Flamberge. And that's going to place that IP Masquerena. The problem, quote unquote, is that now the Flamberge can't be resummoned anymore this turn. However, we could place it into the spell trap zone with the Snake Eye Diabellstar, which would lead to us being able to summon first the Flamberge off of Temple and then the IP off of Flamberge in the opponent's turn. All right, Heat Soul should probably, I mean, you're linking it off, it doesn't matter. Yeah, okay. Appaloosa, very good end board, but looks like we're playing pure Snake Eye here. All right, not a deck that a lot of people are still using, but here it is, looking like a strong opener. Lava Golem. Okay, well, the Flamberge comes out. The Maxi is activated after the Lava Golem. So, I mean, this could just be, this could mean a lot of things. This is not what I thought it meant. Is this Chain Burn? This is Chain Burn. All right, and we lost just desserts. We pay 500 to normal summon Snake Eye Oak. The 3000 attack first, huh? 3000 attack first, yeah? Dimension Wall. That's what I was thinking of. However, we can dodge this with SP if we want to, but then we're not attacking for game. I mean, we're not attacking for game either way. Yeah, we're dodging the Dimension Wall with the SP. That's Chainlink 2. No response. All right. Sag Dimension Wall did nothing. How could it ever? How could it not just win you the game? I can't believe it. All right. Snake Eyes Poplar goes in for 1800. That probably works. It does. The Snake Eye Oak goes in for 2000. And we take that as well. All right. No more Dimension Wall stuff. This card doesn't even, you don't even have to pay for summons from the extra deck or graveyard. It's so little damage. Hita. I don't know if they think they can use Hita on Lava Golem, but I don't. Oh, you can, right? Must first be special summoned. Ooh, Gravedigger's Trap Hole is a hefty amount of damage. 2000. All right. Almost halfway there. All right, one last set card. Probably in dire need of some card draw. Maybe like a Balance of Judgment or something like that. After these two return, you could draw 2 cards with that. Nope. All right. Just draw 1 per turn. Ita on Lava Golem would mean no normal summon. True, it does say that. Can't normal summon or set the turn you special summon this card. Yeah. I thought it was just no normal summon if you summon it in the way it summons itself from hand, but yeah. Okay, well, the problem is SP Little Knight is extremely good against this sort of strategy, because whenever they try to burn you for anything, like we saw with that Dimension Wall, you just dodge it. I mean, look, if this Dimension Wall had inflicted 3,000 damage to them last turn, they would be sweating. They would be sweating right now if they were at 1,500. I'm telling you that. But SP is that good of a card. And we're going Just Desserts and Secret Blast, which is a total of 1,500 plus 1,200. 2,700 damage, and that's it. And we're going to take more damage than that from these 2 cards. All right, Chain Burn goes down to Snake Eyes. Who would have guessed that? I could not have. Okay. We've got 6 minutes left. We can hop into another one. That seems like that one just ended. All right, we're selecting first here once again. 60 cards. Special Fenrir. Get Ashed on Sharon. I'm assuming they have Gilliman's Kashtira in hand already. They drew both in 60, really? Or are we playing around Droll? Oh, okay. We still have it. Okay. We do search the Tearlaman's Kashtira. We activate the Tearlaman's Kashtira by banishing a Tearlaman's card from our hand. Hail Mary, end phase. All right, we did get a Mudora though, so we do have a Fenrir and a Mudora. Nightmare Throne is activated. Spirit of Yubel summons out a Yubel. Fenrir banishes that face down. That would have been very crucial. However, they did hard draw Sharvara to dodge that. Otherwise, if that was the only copy, that could have been really painful. No pun intended. But we did dodge it, so no problem here. We're gonna shuffle those Yubels from the graveyard because we don't want to get hit with Phantom right away. They have a normal summon of Samsara the Lotus, which is obviously really powerful. Havness is chained though. Last mill. That is just the Malicious. All right, Malicious, Magnamute, and King Sarcophagus. So that is not helping at all. So I'm assuming Yubel just does its thing here. And should probably have the tools to even win this turn, potentially, because there's a 2,400 defense Fenrir, so it takes 4 attacks into that with Yubel monsters under Nightmare Pain. Shouldn't be impossible. Either way, even if they don't win this turn, there's a decent chance that they can get the game under control. All right. Summon back Spirit, Contact Fuse Phantom. That's 3 attacks. You need 1 more. Doesn't seem like they're going for it. We're just going to make Varudras, new card from the last pack. Very strong card in Yubel. This brings back Yama. And then we're going to the battle phase. All right, we inflict 2,400 damage. We go ahead and destroy the Tearlaman's Kashtira by effect. So, and then we feel forced to negate. Now, okay, we've... Okay. Interesting. Now, why weren't we able to activate the Havness? Does it say except during the damage? Oh, these say except during the damage step. I didn't know that. Okay. Well, the Varudra still lost both of its materials here, so maybe there's a world we can play into this. Phantom of Yubel is gonna stop Sharon. There's still the Unchained interruptions left, though. Druis Worm banishes Yama. Malicious effect. Summons another Malicious. We link with that Malicious into SP Little Knight, banishing the Druis Worm. Last card, Rhino Heart, maybe? Oh, Malicious is at 3 now. I forgot. Normal summon Sharon. Chaos Angel. That's not gonna work. That is not gonna be enough. Even if that worked right now, the problem is you're on 2600 life points, so you can't hide. You cannot hide under a Chaos Angel against Yubel with 2600 life points. Okay, honorable attack into the Terra Incarnate. Yubel takes down Tearlaments after a very mediocre start, let's say. But who knows what would have happened if they didn't get ashed, you know? All right. Top. Let's go into this one from now. There's 1.5 minutes left, so let's see exactly where they're at in this round number 1. Okay, we are in the middle of a back and forth, it seems like. We've got Fire Kings over here with... Okay, that looked like Voiceless Voice taking down Fire King. I didn't get to see much there. I was on my way to explore the game state, but it seemed like there was a banished Fire King Garunix, so that was probably why they were behind in the grind game there. Could be Drytron. You know what? Why don't we go ahead and check? Why don't we go ahead and check? Because you're right, it could be Drytron. And I also wonder how they got the Garunix banished in Voiceless Voice, if it is Voiceless Voice. Because normally... I mean, I guess maybe it's SP Little Knight. It is Voiceless Voice. And they did go second with 2 Infinite Impermanences against an Arvata. They're not using Imperm on the thing. Okay, we're deciding to not play into it at all. Baylor for turn. Super Poly is really good here. Using these two into a Garura. No Zombie Vampire. I mean, they were probably, in their defense, they were probably trying to play around Nibiru a little bit, because the Zombie Vamp, at the point where you make Zombie Vampire, they wouldn't have had another fire monster around. Or Effect Veiler even, or Ash. You could use, I mean, they did have a cross out though, so yeah. All right, we're shuffling this, searching Saphira. Why not keep Garunix on board? I'm assuming they wanted to make a Garura so they can get the card draw. Because if you're fusing the Arvata, you can't make Garura, you have to make Mud Dragon. And they probably wanted to get the card draw in here. I was about to say attacking this is very risky because of the Garunix in the graveyard. You don't want to do that. But now this is a rough situation for... Wait, why did 1 for 1? Really? I think normal summon Olcanix looked pretty strong there. That would have baited an Imperm. And then you can still activate the island. Either way, I don't think there's a way through here. I mean, we've seen who won this game, so like it's not much of a... And not crashing the Garunix. Fair enough. We make the other Garunix. We don't use the effect because that would just trigger the field spell. And this is where the Dynamondo comes in. Oh, the top deck called by is how the Garunix got banished. That's a huge draw right here. That's a huge draw. Yeah. Oh, that's so rough. That is such a massive fault by the grave. Pure Fire King, they may have just not drawn any of their Snake Eye cards, but at the moment, we are not seeing anything else, yeah. If it was Pure Fire King... No, it is Snake Eye Fire King, yeah. The thing is, Pure Fire King actually often plays more than one Garunix, so they may have had a better chance if it was, but in this instance, it wasn't. Alright. GG's, everybody. Round number 1 is in the books. Hope you're enjoying the coverage so far. I'm excited to see what round 2 has in store for us. We'll be right back in a couple of minutes for round number 2. It is announced shortly. And then we will see what it has to offer. So I'll see you guys in a couple of minutes. All right, and here we are with players seated for round number 2. And someone in chat was just asking for a feature match for round number 2, and that's table 10. I'm also seeing at table 11, we've got Quantal over here trying to take down another one of my Challenger Cups. So we're going to have some pretty cool feature matches for round number 2. I think we're going to be able to check out table 10 and then table 11 once that one's done. And that should be fun. Once again, I haven't looked into it for round number 1, but there is a feature request channel in the Discord server. If you're taking part in the Challenger Cup and you have a particularly interesting deck, or you end up playing a really interesting game, feel free to drop your spectate code in there and we might end up checking it out. All right, so round number 2 is about to begin in less than a minute, so let's see what these players are bringing at table 10 and table 11. Can Quantal draw an Airlifter? I would guess that there is no Airlifter in Quantal's deck today, but we might be surprised. Who knows? Who knows? Made a Josh stream? No way. Hope the games have been going well. The games have been going well. It's been a fun time so far. And you are lucky because we're streaming later today than usual. Because it's a Challenger Cup. And of course, if it's like in the middle of the week, they're trying to have these Challenger Cups start a little bit later so that people can join them after like they're done with work and stuff like that. So that's why we're having a later stream today. Glad to have you here. All right, so I think we should be good to go for round number 2 any moment now. I think it starts 37. Yeah, it has started. All right. Unfortunately, still at work, even though it's 5:37. That is unfortunate. I mean, I'm also still at work. Okay, we've got 60 cards over here. Foolish Burial Goods. Okay, is that Tearlaments? Rainbow Bridge of Salvation. I mean, that could be anything still. My guess is we're searching a Horus Field spell right now. No, we're searching Wraithsoth. Okay. We're searching Wraithsoth. Beautiful dual field. It is very fitting, yeah, for even like we're still in winter. We got double winter dual field. It's all pretty in here. All right. Wraithsoth gets responded to with Max C. And we're searching Kashtira Unicorn. Now, do we commit, or does our 60 card pile have a plan B? I'm guessing we don't have a plan B. All right, there we go. Special Unicorn into the Max C. Try to search. Search Kashtira Birth. Activate Grass. Oh god. Okay. White Forest is in here. We got 3 Rhino Hearts. Sharon. We got Snow. All right. I mean, Sharon and Snow is pretty good. They got Magnamood too. How are they? So this is probably 10 pie, right? Okay, the Magnamood targets the Sharon. And we're chaining Snow because we want to prevent the Magnamood. Are we chaining? Are we banishing the Sharon even? Did we banish the Sharon? Hold up. We did banish the Sharon. Okay. So they draw a card. Magnamood can't summon. We can still activate Unicorn though. So if they like that might be that Unicorn here is actually pretty good if it is 10 pie. You know, like if we can take out like both Biden dragons, one now, one next turn. Or we take out both level 10s. Yeah, we take out Transcendent Dragon. All right, and that's a big deal out of the way. Because without being able to make the Transcendent Dragon, how are you going to really win over a Fairy Tale Snow? And we got talents to take a little look. Show me that hand. All right, Nibiru is not going to be... Oh, that hand is good. All right, well, Chandra or Magna or Dora. Pick your poison. Gold Sarcophagus for Blaster. This hand has it all. All right, I'm taking the Chandra away. That hand does really have it all. All right, the Lightning Storm, the Gold Sarcophagus for Blaster just means it's coming right back. All right, we got White Forest action now. We're gonna give them more draws though. Not sure if I like that. Sylvie of the White Forest draws them another card. We still have our normal summon. Okay, well that's well, you don't have to play into that. You can just go. I'm guessing just Sylvie search trap pass was the plan anyways. No. You're telling me you're not just searching the trap card here? Okay. We also we saw the Nibiru. We saw the Nibiru. Why did we? Now you're making Baron in attack mode so that the Lightning Storm can force it. All right, we're overcooking. We are. What do you mean by that? I mean, maybe with the Fuva now we're trying deck out? Maybe now we're trying to deck out. Because, I mean, every summon from the extra deck is 2 draws. The problem is we saw Nibiru. It's only a matter of time until they hit the effect veil or imperm, right? We might be overcooking this. Probably Dugaris here, if I had to guess. Abyss Dweller. Abyss Dweller? Against Tenpai. I guess we're trying to have the opponent shuffle back. Does that shuffle back? It does not shuffle back. It shuffles back 1. Okay. Alright, well, I mean, Transcendent Dragon is banished, so maybe the second Unicorn banish could be good here. Alright, Gold Sarcophagus is probably just gonna turn into a Blaster, which means any... Yeah, Blaster, search any Fire Dragon. And then Unicorn is gonna look at the extra deck again. The problem is, at this point, I feel like when they had 5 cards in hand, there was a chance that the Unicorn banishes could mess up their game plan. At this point, when they have 10 cards in hand, it's way too late for them to lose because, oh, I don't have that specific synchro. Like, they just win on raw card advantage now. Like, yeah, they don't have Transcendent or Trident Dragion, so you might live this turn, but that doesn't matter because they got 10 cards to your 3. And there's still a Magnamute left in there, unless that was the one shuffle back. Too late to sign up for the Challenger Cup? It is too late. We've already started. But there's more. You can go ! Challenger Cup to join future Challenger Cups. But yes, for today's, sign-ups are already closed. We're already in round 2. All right, there's the Chundra. I think it's likely they can still win this turn, honestly. Because the Fairy Tail Snow is not going to help much because the Magnamute is still there. So the Fairy Tail Snow, basically, they have 12 cards in the graveyard right now, including Snow. That means you banish 7 of them. You've got 5 cards left in the graveyard. They chain Magna. You have to banish the other 4 from the grave, and then 3 from hand to bring the Snow even back 1 time. It's just not going to work out. And the token is not going to block anything either. Like, the token just gets hit with a Kui belt or something like that. I would unicorn away token outs. Unironically, maybe it was correct to take out the Kui Belt instead of the Trident Dragion if that was the only out in there for this turn. Maybe you're right. Maybe instead of banishing Trident Dragion, you banish the Kui Belt if that's the only one they play. It'd be a funny thing to do, but in this instance, maybe it was the correct thing. Because hey, maybe they can't beat the Nib token this turn, and they have to like make a Hieratic Seals to bounce it next turn. And then maybe you can find your way back into the game if they have to do all that. But this way, it's probably just going to be enough damage this turn. The 10 outs it anyways? No, Transcendent Dragon was already banished last turn. There's no Transcendent Dragon. Trident Dragion wouldn't have outed it. But if he would have banished Kui Belt, no, he had 2 unicorn banishes. He got one on his on the first turn and then on one on the second turn. So it would have been Transcendent plus Kui Belt or whatever. I mean, I haven't seen the extra deck, so what does this mean? Okay, that outs it at 2. Warp Gate is also an out here. Here's the thing. They probably live this turn, I think, because all damage is half right now, and they can't make Trident Dragion, and there's still a Snow in the graveyard, which at the moment they cannot prevent, because first of all, the board is full, but also the opponent doesn't have anything in the graveyard on the field, so you can't even chain Magnamut even if you had space. But you don't have to win this turn. You are not losing this game even if you don't win this turn. Is the problem. Like you can make Hieratic Seals here and probably just win regardless. Because they have 3 cards in hand and we've got 8 left. Okay. Ultimately, though, I mean, their end board does only really have 1 interruption here, which is Hieratic Seals. So, but they probably have a lot of good stuff in hand as well. Well, we'll find out, I guess. All right, the Time Lord in end phase would return any of the monsters that it banished earlier, but since it was just a token, that won't do anything. We will have to discard 1 for hand size, indicating that everything is monsters. Otherwise, we could have just set another spell or trap. We just discard the Mold Charmy. Don't need that anymore. And, okay, well... see what the tier... I mean, we did get another turn. We did get another turn, so let's see if we can make use of it. There are also only 5 minutes left at the moment, so maybe if we can sneak in enough damage. All right, we're under maxi once again. That, which, I mean, to be fair, this one, hard to complain about with, yeah. All right, we chain Perulia. Don't know if that's just a, hey, look at my Perulia, but I'm conceding now, or because or if they're just doing that because they're anticipating the Magnamut to be used at some point. They got 21 cards left in their deck, the Tenpai Duelists. So I don't see this being a deck out situation unless their hand is very, very good. Using an infinite impermanence on snow is interesting. Don't feel like you need to save your Fadra this desperately, but okay. It might not end up mattering. All right, show me some action. Show me like a Karen or something. That's not what I meant when I said action. Nightmare Goblin. Discard a Horus monster to get an additional normal summon. Who your zone this card points to, which is nowhere. Don't Magnamoot. That's what they want you to do. They want to draw the card of Perulia. Isn't that obvious? They want to see what they draw of Perulia. That's why they did that. Well, okay. Well, I mean, we Magnamooted. I'm probably not going to get punished for it. Foolish Burial. I was going to say I'd be surprised if there's no Ash Blossom by now. All right, come on. Talons, draw Imseti, and a discard. Give me some action. No. All right. Well, the Maxi prevailed. Okay, the Quantal game already finished, so let me go face cam and let's look at the replay. I'm just going face cam so I don't spoil the result. Let's go ahead and check this one out. Okay, we've got, let me process the information we've been given here. We've got Tenpai selected going second, and we're playing Melodious, and we're gonna resolve Ostinato. Okay, that's pretty good. However, the Tenpai hand is pretty scary, but currently it does not play through the Herald of the Orange Light. All right, so we're doing Ostinato things. Very powerful. Couplet. Search the Concerto. Activate Concerto. Fuse 3 into Etoile. Which is going to reset the scales. And we're going to fuse with the Soprano into Schuberta. We're going to grab a draw. That was a good draw. Gonna add the Aria back to the hand, which stops everything from being destroyed by battle. However, it is not protected from Lightning Storm or Raigeki, which is good here for them. We will Lightning Storm for spell traps. We chain Maxi. We also that's cute. We didn't set up a we did not set up a fairy monster in hand for the Orange Light. Dora gets Ghost Ogred. Genroku, special summon effect. Oh, we have drawn a fairy now because the Maxi is active. But there's no Kaiman anyways. We're gonna get all of these Melodious back. And I don't think anything over here will stop that onslaught on the follow-up turn. We just go into the battle phase. Hornet Drones is technically gonna... Is that gonna buy us another turn? No, it won't, because this one gains attack in the damage step, so we can't even Widow Anchor it. There's not enough spells to even take. And that is GG. Melodious takes down Tenpai here. Very cool. Very cool. All right. Let's go ahead. I'm gonna pick another replay and not spoil the result. We had a feature request. We had a feature request by Haas saying, I played through triple max C. Now, did you play Labyrinth again? Are you submitting your replay saying you beat 3 max Cs and then you're just playing Labyrinth? Hold up. Let me find out. Perhaps. Let's find out. We're going first. We're playing Labyrinth. You're playing Labyrinth against yugioh, and you're sending me this replay, and you're like, oh look, I played through triple max C. Bro, it's Labyrinth. You're playing Unending Nightmare. You're bullying yugioh. This is just mean. Yeah, get your nightmare pain. They would they don't even activate it. Oh god. This deck just cannot play attack with max C. Nah. Played through triple max C, by the way. The first max C was normal summoned. The third one. You know what? Technically, you played through 4 maxis. Because they had 3 and you even resummoned one of them. So you won through 4 maxis, which is really impressive. Really, really impressive. Just beating 4 maxis like that. Can't believe that happened. Well, I mean, your opponent's deck just doesn't have a win condition against Unending Nightmare, so... everything they draw just doesn't do anything. It's very funny. Another nightmare pain. Oh god. One through 4 maxis, by the way. Turns out we won the coin flip with Trap Lab and opened Unending Nightmare against yugioh. Well, I mean, I brought this deck to Worlds, so based. Based is what I say. All right, we're not going to have a break before round number 3 because it has already been announced. Pairings are out. We're starting in less than 3 minutes, everybody. So go find your tables. I'm going to go find the spectate code. And we can just continue the action without taking a break. My deck was fun. I mean, we watched your game. Yeah, it was Melodious is fun. I like it. I like Melodious a lot, actually. It's a very fun deck. Did Josh react to the new Ryzeal cards? No, we're gonna do that tomorrow. I've seen that they're out. I haven't read them yet. I have been asked before what I think of them, but we'll do it tomorrow. Right now we're doing the Challenger Cup focus, and then tomorrow morning we'll do the Ryzeal cards. You got tenpied. You know what? I'm gonna spectate table 9 just to find out if they're actually playing tenpai or if they're an imposter. Gotta appreciate the name one way or another, though. It took me a moment, but then when I figured it out, yeah, that is a little. It's a little clever. I'll give it to you. All right, and your time starts now. Let's find out if you're a liar or not. Are you a liar or not? Oh, we won't find out from the coin toss because we're choosing first. I think you're a liar. This is 44 cards. That's probably not tenpai. We got another Melodious here. Okay. Refrain for couplet. Couplet effect to summon a level 4 lower Melodious from hand or graveyard. Hand in this case, because nothing is in the graveyard yet. Special out Canon. Scale couplet. Interesting that they announced the couplet effect, because we could have just specialed that without needing to activate this once per turn ability, but you can only do it once per turn. That's true, the Canon special, so maybe we want to do it again. Possible, yeah. We'll see. All right. We are fusion summoning Baja. We're going to reset our scales. We're going to summon one from the deck, which is likely Chopina, probably. It could also be Soprano, but Soprano can't add anything back at the moment. But I guess we do want to fusion summon. We're probably going to... Oh, okay. I see what we're doing. We're probably going to make Etoile here. Yeah, we're making Etoile. Baja revives the Soprano. Soprano adds back the Canon, and then we can still special it. Because we haven't done it with its own effect yet. Alright. And once again, you need to be careful here. Soprano is one of those older cards that has a when this card is special summoned, you can effect, so it can miss timing. So it's important that this effect to revive it is Chainlink 1 here, which they did do correctly. So Concerto goes to the bottom, we draw a card, and Soprano will add back the Canon. And now we special that, and we either fuse with this or we link the link 2. That looks like we're going into the link 2. Yep, we're going into Bloom Harmonist. Bloom Harmonist, discard a card and special 2 Melodious with different levels from the deck into the zones it points to. We're discarding a Sonata, and we're gonna summon... This time it's probably gonna be Chopin, yes. And Aria. Alright. Interesting that people play more Melodious when it's generally not very good into the sea or both the Charmies. You're right. It is an interesting choice. Yeah. Maybe it is because Herald of Orange Light just recently went to 3. So people want to mess around with that because it is a very powerful card in this deck. And it technically does give this deck more outs than other decks to those cards. So if you really want to max out on all of those things, you would have potential ways to answer Maxi in like 3 Ash Blossoms, 3 Herald of Orange Lights, 2 Called By, and Cross Out. So that'd be 9 ways to stop it, which is a lot. So maybe that's why people are gravitating towards it right now. Yeah. Well, we've got pretty much the board we are aiming for here. We've got Aria for target and battle protection. We've got a triple graveyard banish from Schuberta, and we've obviously got the Étoile, banish your own stuff and bounce the same amount of cards for your opponent. Looks like you're a liar. That's not a Tenpai card. You are lying with your username. Which, to be honest, is literally always the case. I have never seen someone who was called Tenpai and then actually played Tenpai. It was always a lie. Every single time any username is Tenpai related, it's not Tenpai. Alright, Diabellstar resolves, sets original Sinful Spoils. Original sends Diabellstar and gets ashed. So they did have an answer to the Maxi. Called by the Grave. You can dodge that with Schuberta, and that is what they're doing. So not only do you get to banish your opponent's Wanted here, but you also get to banish the Flamberge, and you get to banish the Ash Blossom, so the Called by the Grave won't be able to negate it. Phenomenal value here from the Schuberta, because that Flamberge is gone for good. That Wanted can't draw a card anymore, and the Ash resolves. Opponent's left with 3 cards only. Yep, and that is... Ah, you know what? Maybe Tenpai would have won that. Tenpai could have won that game. What? You chose to lie with your username and you got what... you got karma. Alright. Let's hop into table 12 over here. Didn't see the deck profile on the Melodious deck, but can it work with some changes in the TCG? Melodious is okay in the TCG. It was good last year at some point. I don't think it was ever the best deck, but I played it at German Nationals. I barely made top 64 with it. Well, I made top 32, but in final standings after Swiss, I was 64th, and we played top 64. So it was close, but it was playable in the TCG for a while. It's a little outdated now. I feel like it was just like slightly not strong enough to be top meta, and now it's also just a couple months old or a year old at this point. Aria into Detonator is funny. Yeah, First Movement Solo and Ostinato are still really good cards. Alright, we see a so far uninterrupted Fire King Snake Eye combo. We're making Sunlight Wolf, and we are probably going into a Decode Talker Heat Soul line here, or just Promethean Princess, which we haven't gone through yet. We add back Kirin to the hand for next turn, which is good. Yeah, we make Promethean Princess. Okay. So no Heat Soul line here. Promethean Princess brings back Snake Eye Ash. We make Amblo Whale, and after this Flamberge revives is where we could potentially get Nibiru if the opponent has it. They do not, looks like. Alright, and now we can make Ucho. Alright, wait, hold up. Did they select going first? No, okay, I missed that at the start. The opponent has selected second, so we know what's going on here. We know what's happening, and we are prepared. We do have the little bird here. And we are going to not lose this turn. Okay, this is not what... This might not be Tenpai. Is the Sky Striker. Did you just make Fucho versus Sky Striker? Oh, God, that's a massive duster. The Flamberge is going to activate, though. And we have 3 spells engraved, but what does Into the Void even mean? Not even Sky Striker wants to play Into the Void, I think. Onyx back to hand. We still got a lot of stuff over here. Talents. Draw 2 cards. Okay. Engage. It is Sky Striker, but you're gonna have to discard your hand at the end of the turn. Kirin. Amblo Whale. Get rid of the token. Alright. No, no, no. No! It's still Tenpai? You've got to be kidding me. Well... Now, the thing is, they are not gonna lose this turn. But are they actually in a winning position? I don't think so. I mean, especially if they play Ruddy Rose Dragon. Yeah, you can attack everything else. You can Ruddy Rose Dragon the graveyard. You could potentially just leave them on nothing here. Transcendian. Wait. You take no battle damage from attacks involving this card. They could just lose by getting attacked over these guys. No. Why? It's so... This card is so much worse than the Lyrilusk, except when they have Droplet. You're just gonna... You're not gonna survive. You're not gonna survive. If they have Kaiman... Yep, that's game. Nice Fucho. Come on. Come on. At that point, just play the Lyrilusk, dude. If they got Imperm, they got Imperm. or a droplet rather. Through Fucho is crazy. Through Fucho is illegal. I got baited so hard. I thought they were playing Sky Striker. I mean, they are, but not really. Wait. Okay, they're just saving us some extra steps. Okay, yeah, you don't have to go through the level 7 here. That's fair enough. You can just go like. I think this is the first time in my life that I've seen someone lose through a Fucho. Like on that turn. I mean, I've seen people lose after making Fucho, but not the next turn. I haven't seen someone lose the game on the turn with a Fucho. Astounding. All right. All right, how much time is left? 5 minutes? All right, let's go and hop, see if anything else is still running. All right, let's see what we've got here. All right, we have selected going first, and we're playing 60 card branded. Fusion deployment plus Quem. We use another Cartesia into the Dusk Dragon. Dusk Dragon effect. Quem revive Cartesia. So we're probably gonna set up Branded Fusion this way. Yep, because Shrouded Dragon is gonna send Branded Fusion, go to the bottom, Retribution adds back Branded Fusion, and then we Rage for no Ash Blossom. Alright, wish has been granted. Branded Fusion resolves, summons Albion. Albion banishes Artesia and Albaz to make Sanctifier. Alright, we on some locking techniques, I think. Lubellion tributes Albion. Lubellion effect plays Branded Loss. Set 1 end phase. Albion set Branded Banishment. Looks like we drew the Branded in red. Oh no, we don't have a target for it. Okay. Cornfield Kotol. Chain Branded Banishment onto the Albion right away. So we can just resummon it. I think we're going to. I think we're going for a lock right away. We're summoning Light and Darkness Dragon Lord. Okay, that's an interesting one. Okay, that doesn't trigger on Spell Trap effect. Interesting. We're baiting the first one here. That is basically just 3 negations, but it's always once per chain. So Chain Chimera Fusion here is gonna make that resolve into a Baphomet. The Nightmare Prince is negated, and then we're going Chainlink 1 Gazelle, Chainlink 2 Baphomet, which the Light and Darkness Dragon Lord is forced to chain to. We Chain Mirror Sword Knight to negate that. Oh, I don't know if I like that. Okay, they're stopping that anyways. Okay, so Mercurier and Sword Knight just traded with each other, and the Light and Darkness Dragon Lord is down to 1400 attack, 1000 defense. We search Mr. Tao. We go to the battle phase. We attack over the Light and Darkness Dragon Lord, Sanctifier. Steals Diabel. That's diabolical. Add back Chimera Fusion, but you can't use it because Diabels. Chaos Angel. Banish Cartesia. Activate Quem to bring back Mercurier. Chain Cartesia to fuse. Did you really send the Diabels to the graveyard in the face of an Albion the Sanctifier? Okay, we make Guardian Chimera, which can't activate because it wasn't summoned by a spell card. Now we make SP Little Knight to banish Branded Lost and bring back the level 6 from the graveyard. Branded Lost goes banished. Dragon Gnoll activates to summon something. We out the Diabels with the SP Little Knight. Does this come back to our side now? I forgot how this interaction worked. We summoned Lulu the Lilith, which is gonna be able to out the Typhon, right? That just negates the Typhon? Yeah, it does. Yep, that's negated. Set 1. Cartesia comes back. This board is very threatening. All right, the Diabel stays over there because it was permanently taken. Mercurier works from the field. That's the first time I've seen that in my life. The last card was Super Poly. We have Branded Sword in hand to discard. We have to Super Poly our own board here. For Garura. This game was wild, wasn't it? Something here was wild. Albaz Chain Chimera Fusion. Chain Chimera Fusion to Albaz is not the outplay you think it is. It is not the that is not the outplay you think it is. All right. Branded takes down Chimera in a very odd match, let's say. Giving them access to Diabels through Albion was a decision that was made, certainly. All right. Did the Branded player lose in time? I don't think so. We were behind in terms of the watching. Like, we caught up, so I don't think it was time in that moment where the bell rang. There was more time after. All right, there was one match still going. These should already be in time, so let's just see what's going on here. Cool, good talk. How did that take the full 20 minutes of the round? That was just 10 pie. Okay, I think that was the last game of the round. That was round number, was that round? That was round 3, right? Round 3, yeah. So round 3 is finished. I hope you guys are enjoying the matches so far. I'm going on a very quick break before round number 4. It shouldn't be long because that was the last match. Shouldn't be more than a couple of minutes. I'll just grab some water real quick, and then we can hop right into round number 4. Don't go anywhere. We're not even halfway through with our Swiss rounds yet. We've got a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh left to be played. I'll see you guys in a couple of minutes. Until then. All right, and we're back as promised. Short break. Let's go ahead and spectate. Let me see which players are still undefeated at the moment. Let me get the battle file link real quick and just check the standings. See and just get a feature match in of people that are still doing very well in the tournament. Table 1 actually is. Yeah, Table 1 is undefeated at the moment. And they are also the first ones to start. So let us begin with our round 4 feature matches. Okay. So far, we're still seeing a lot of Tenpai doing very well. And it looks like it is also something we're going to see here because we have selected going second with a draw phase Perulia. Now that screams Tenpai. That does scream Tenpai. However, it looks like we're giving them no draws here. All right. So we're setting 2 cards. We're passing the turn. How good is this Tenpai player's hand? If it is, I mean, yeah, I'm guessing it's Tenpai, but okay, that's a beautiful start for them. Do we have any chainables here? Okay. We do have chainables, actually. We've got our own Tenpai cards. How about that? We're chaining Called by the Grave onto Perulia, which is just to prevent our opponent from potentially having another one next turn, if there is a next turn. And Kaiman is going to add a... probably Genroku? Yeah. Okay, well... Genroku is going to summon itself, and that potentially puts the opponent in a weird position because, I mean, sometimes going in the battle phase in a Tenpai mirror feels weird if they have their own Tenpais. They chain Fuvalos here, which is definitely... Okay, alright. Okay. Now, do you have Tenpai cards as well? Doesn't seem that easy. I mean, if you do have plays here, surely it's simple and you just do it. On the other hand, if you don't have plays, it should also be simple. The only explanation for this is they have multiple plays and they're deciding which way to go about it. But I'm not sure if that's the case here. But, Normal summon Genroku. Okay, so they do have plays. But I mean, Genroku is not the ideal normal summon, let's say it like that. You'd rather directly have a Hydra or something, but it's still gonna be good enough. We affect Valor the Genroku on summon, which obviously forces them to chain it. Which resolves. Okay. I mean, if they were trying to enter the battle phase, this does make sense. You might as well use your effect Valor. There's no point letting them go to the battle phase and your effect Valor is not going to be able to be used anyways. We chain Imperm. Okay, that's interesting. That's interesting because do you chain Genroku here, give them 2 draws, or do you just not do it? They don't do it. Okay, I guess it depends on your hand, because if you don't have another way to stop your opponent, then you might as well chain, give them some draws, whatever, but otherwise you're going to be lost anyways. Like here, if you have a second copy of Effect Veiler, which I'm guessing is what they have, yeah, they do, then this is the correct play, and you just hope that the last card in hand isn't Kaiman. Because that's the only card that does it right here. It has to be Kaiman. If it is Kaiman though, If it is Kaiman, we're in trouble. They do not have Kaiman. Okay. All right. The Tenpai mirrors are always so... It feels like when a Tenpai mirror is close, it's almost... It's exciting in a way where like one card resolves and it's just over so quickly. It's like it feels like you're dancing around each other. Sometimes not for a very long time, but sometimes for a very long time. Okay. We are going to discard Chundra to search for Pydra. Which is interesting. Because if you go... Yeah, you gotta go battle phase now. You gotta activate Kaiman. Hope they don't have Ash, because if they now have Ash, it's over. Looks like they don't. Okay, we're gonna special Fadra. And I think... Can you go for game here, actually? Because if you Chundra... If you attack the opponent's Chundra, I think you can. I think you can attack here. Without... Because you could Synchro right now. All the way up into Transcendent, but is that game? You attack, you quick synchro. Okay, we are going in. This is fine, I think. Is it fine? No, you're synchro summoning. Okay, you're not doing the thing. Okay. Bident revives Fadra. You're making... Yeah, this is fine. This is fine. This is fine and it's game, I think. This is fine and it's game because you're gonna attack, you're gonna quick synchro again into Transcendent. That way you can attack the Chundra without it being able to activate. And then you will have attacked 3 times so the Bident Dragon can come back. And then you can make Trident Dragon pop the Sangan summoning. Yeah, this is clean. This is clean. All right, Tenpai Mirror ends. Tenpai wins. They did play it well. They did play it well. Yeah, even in Tenpai games, even though not all the time, but there is still some skill in Tenpai games, you know. Let me see who else is undefeated at this moment. Let me see if I can find someone. This one is an undefeated match. Table 3. All right, here at table 3, we've got someone going first. Okay, so we've got Daiden versus Volcanos, and we're seeing a Frightful Patchwork. Okay, is this Chimera? Show me some Chimera gameplay. It is Chimera, and it's a good hand too. We're searching Baphomet, indicating we already have Chimera Fusion. Doesn't get Max Seed either. Gazelle to search, Chimera to discard an end phase, and Edgem Chain to add another Patchwork for follow-up. Or as a discard for the Apprentice, the Nightmare Apprentice. Which we're gonna search now. Alright. We're gonna pitch that Patchwork for the Nightmare Apprentice and search for any illusion monster, which is a Mirror Sword Knight. We're gonna activate Kodal. All right, that's gonna be a lot of monsters in hand. We do have Chimera Fusion, right? Yeah, we do. Okay, Chimera Fusion fuses these two into a Baphomet. The Baphomet is going to be able to send one, and the other Baphomet is going to be able to revive, or trying to revive, the Mirror Sword Knight, because there is a Magnamute in hand. Uh-oh. Which not only banishes the Mirror Sword Knight, but would also stop the Mirror Sword Knight from stopping the Magnamute. Alright, we go for Beatrice. Beatrice for Master Tao. Master Tao, bring back Sword Knight. Chimera Fusion, back to hand. Link 2 into, what is that? SP or Silhouette Rabbit. Okay, we got the Silhouette Rabbit technology. We're setting Azarune statue. We're now using Sword Knight to summon out the other Baphomet. Baphomet grabs us another copy of Chimera Fusion, as well as another copy of Gazelle. And we are proceeding to the end phase. Magnamute searches Genroku, which is obviously very scary. The Chimera discards Kaiman, though. That's a good one to discard. But they're still gonna have a lot of firepower here for Tenpai. Alright, well, we do have the Silhouette Rabbit, though. Chimera in the draw phase tries to bring back Nightmare Apprentice. That is successful. Nightmare Apprentice effect. Baphomet effect. We're setting up the Chimera on the field immediately to have access to the Mirror Sword Knight Graveyard effect. Nightmare Apprentice grabs us Diabells in hand, which we can fuse with to put it onto the field. Duster. Duster is good here, but not the end of the world, I think. Because the Chimera Fusions you're going to chain anyways. This one is going to be a Guardian Chimera, which is going to pop the existing board. Wonder what the other one is going to be. Probably just Magnum the Reliever. It is Magnum the Reliever. Okay, Magnum the Reliever. We're going to lose the Azarune statue. But we're going to have a lot of stuff here. First of all, we're going to bring back Diabells. We're going to activate Guardian Chimera to pop the board and draw a card. They chain another Kaiman. Would they always have another one? Of course they do. Droplet is... Okay, alright. Alright. Chain Magnum. Destroy the Hydra. Droplet gonna stop the Chimera, the Guardian Chimera. If you search Fadra. Search Nightmare Apprentice. Revive the Diabells. Okay. Can someone please tell me right now why we destroyed our Chimera, which gave us access to the Mirror Sword Knight negate in the graveyard for that Fadra? We had the game locked up. It's negated. Oh, it doesn't have the name anymore. Okay, my bad. I was yapping. Promethean Princess. This isn't game? It might not be. We'll see. Because we couldn't... Yeah, I don't think it's game. We can't even beat the Guardian Chimera. Unless we want to, like, not make Transcendent or Trident, which, I mean, making those right now doesn't make much sense. But then, like, I mean, Ruddy Rose Dragon? That name mechanic, that was a small thing to miss. I didn't realize the droplet negated the name change. And that actually mattered here, yeah. Okay, we make Transcendent. We turn the Guardian Chimera to attack position. So that we can out it now. We can still bring back the Bident, but that is not gonna be game. Because this attacks, and that is it for this battle phase. Main phase 2. Tenpai's least favorite phase, and we're going into the end phase. We're locked into fires, can't make seals, locked into dragons too, so can't get the Promethean off the board. And we're passing on basically nothing. On basically nothing. There's a Kaiman set that we can still activate. All right, now we just got to pop off because we've got 4.5 minutes left. We got to do that damage. The Chimera deck has game here for sure if they can do it in 4 minutes. You can definitely work something out with the big illusion thingy, right? You just got to be careful because there's a set there's a set Kaiman. Doesn't work with Transcendent? Yeah, but you can get rid of Transcendent first. You could like SP banish the Transcendent, then make the big Chimera dude. And then attack, for example. That'd be one way to do it. But you gotta hurry. You gotta hurry. You only got 3 minutes. Your other option is just clear all their stuff and attack them quickly and then pass and then hope that they have just one card that they can't play with. But so far we've spent 90 seconds to just summon Nightmare Apprentice and Gazelle. So we gotta step our game up a little bit here. Alright, Guardian Chimera number 2. Activate, activate. Opponent chains Kaiman, obviously. No response. Add Skenroku. I mean, you also don't have to. You don't have to win this turn, right? It's technically enough if you deal 4,000 damage. Okay, hitting Promethean Princess. I don't know about that. I don't know if this Promethean Princess should be in the graveyard right now. I feel like that is going to make things more complicated than they need to be. Set battle phase. That's not what I was hoping for. I mean, that's just a losing play, even without time at this point. We ash the thing. Okay, not a losing play anymore. Not a losing play anymore. You attack for 700. If the opponent can't play, you win next turn, right? Yeah, they just need to, if they don't top deck a play, they just die to the, I mean, they don't die to the, but like, this is fine. With Ash, this is fine. Why not just Ash the Kaiman? I mean, probably better, but. All right, we got a minute left. We got stuff to do. Yeah, Chimera, bring back a banished. We bring back Magnum the Reliever from the graveyard. Not Diabells? All right. End phase, yeah. They can just stall. You're not allowed to just stare at your card for a minute. That's not legal. That is not legal. Okay, why are we not going to the battle phase right now? Can you do me a favor and go to the battle phase? Thank you. Alright. Alright, and Chimera in a little bit of a nail biter, honestly. This was a fun game. Obviously, courtesy of the Chimera deck. The Chimera deck is responsible for 99.7% of the fun in this match, but we did take it down. We did take down the Tenpai deck, even with their hand. Their hand was absurd. Magnamute, Duster, Droplet, Double Kaiman. Hello? Hello? All right, let's check out a replay. Let's check out another replay from round number 4. We've got one over here. Totu TCG and Vasimus Lore. Thank you guys for the support. I appreciate that. Oh, hold up. Hold up a moment. This is... I have a problem right now, which is I don't know who to root for. I do not know who to root for right now. We're red rebooting and infinite impermanence right now. Is Raid Raptor good against Tenpai? Rising Rebellion Falcon. Destroys the imperms. Ghost Bell. We still add back the Raid Raptor's force. Detach 3. Detach 1. Fuzzy Another Force Strix. Not hard ones per turn. Search for Noir Lanius. Bloom Vulture effects. Another Force Strix. Tribute Lanius. Okay. Top deck Lightning Storm. Is that good? Alright, we have negated the Lightning Storm. And we have gone for it. Okay, hold up. We don't take damage and they can't be destroyed by battle. There is something poetic. There is something poetic about the Tenpai deck struggling so hard in its own battle phase. They have it all too. They got like the normal summon, the Kaiman, they got all of it and just nothing is happening. Okay, I feel like we should just be going battle phase here. Surely at this point they were close to time. I mean, the replay is already over, but... No! The bell on the call. Why we got 2 of them things. Well... It turns out apparently Raid Raptor defeats Tenpai. Today I learned I will not use that information at any point in my future Yu-Gi-Oh career. The good news is, with that, we are once again in no need of a break. We will go into round number 5 without any downtime. It has already been paired, and it'll start in 3 minutes. So no break at all. And in the meantime, I'll just well, I will just have another look at another replay. Just bring up one other replay before we hop into round number 5 rather. How many rounds have we got today? We have 7 rounds, and then I think top 8. Yes, 7 rounds of Swiss, which means 3 more, and then we've got top 8. All right, we've got even... Okay, hold up. Now, something over here does not belong into this hand. Wait, which one is the odd? Can someone tell me the odd one out here? Kaiman? Okay, fair enough. Now, you know what? Kaiman arguably also does not belong in this. I mean, in this game, but no. The full armored exceed is what's throwing me off right now. The DD Crow should be a Magnamut. That is also something it's confusing. Yeah, normal. I'm very used to my Tenpai opponents opening up with Magnamut. So yeah, you're right. We are DD crowing the target for the Snake Eye Oak. I wonder how well that's gonna fare. Take a little look at that. Take that Kaiman away. Okay, we're not even scared of that Nibiru. Not even scared of that Nibiru. I mean, honestly, you could just pass here. You have an Ash Blossom in hand. They got 0 plays. And now we're on 5. I mean, you don't have to pass here. You can just keep going. Destroy Arvata. Arvata revive Ponix. Send for Diabellstar. Set wanted. All 4 into an Appaloosa. Linkaribo. SP Little Knight. Yeah, I mean... You know what? That could have been a nice little surprise if the hand was a little better. I just want to point out that we used talents to look at the opponent's hand. We saw a Feather Duster, and we still proceeded to send Sanctuary away for Diabellstar, so that the Feather Duster would always going to clear the entire board. But hey, who are we to judge? They let him bring back the Flamberge? Did we just forget about this card's existence? Oh, we have it for cross out. Okay. All right. We're taking down a very unconventional 10-pipe build here. All right. With that, I think the next round should be underway. It is underway. Okay. Let's go ahead and check in over here. Once again, we've got undefeated duelists over here. We are under Molcharmi Perulia and Fuva. Okay, the Tenpai is getting a little bit out of hand today. There is so much Tenpai. Okay. All right, I take it back. I take it back. Well, it's a Melodious mirror at 4-0? And you're main decking both Charmies? I've played 16 games of Challenger Cups and I've played against 0 Tenpai. You're the Labyrinth player. Everyone knows you're playing Labyrinth. Of course they don't play Tenpai against you. Okay, we draw phase Maxi when we know they have Herald Ava. Do we have called by for any of this? Nope. Well, that was a quote-unquote free out because we had Ava with it. Ava in Melodious, or Ava in general with Herald of the Orange Light is kind of interesting to me because it's like if you draw it with Herald, it's very good. If you draw it without Herald, it's very, very weird. But there we go. We get a free search for another Herald. And we activate first movement solo. And it looks like it's resolving. Or refrain. This seems like a very risky Melodious deck. Is that just me? Am I the only one who's surprised by a Melodious list that's main decking Perulia, Fuvalos, and Ava? That's gotta, like, have a lot of games where you just click going first and you just can't do anything. You're normal summoning Herald of Orange Light right now. Does this make Bloom Harmonist? It does make Bloom Harmonist. It's just fairy monsters. Okay. And we don't have an answer to that. And we leave. Okay. The Melodious mirror match, everyone. Okay. Now, that's not what I was expecting after I saw the two Molcharmies used. That is not what I thought was going to happen. All right, we've once again selected going second, and it is another Tenpai. There's so much Tenpai today. Ash, Kaiman, end phase. Dangan summoning. Ash that. End phase. Okay. Lightning Storm. End phase. Okay, Kaiman resolves. Gonna summon one from deck here, but like if you don't want to lose your Chandra, you have to go for Badra. That's not game, is it? Isn't this very odd? we're committing into this. I'm not so sure if... I'm not so sure if that's leading anywhere. I think, and this is a hot take to all the Tenpai players, I think the solution was to not try to win this battle phase. I think if you Kaimin and they max C, you just add one for next turn. And because you know they currently don't have a Tenpai play going on. Because now I think it's just, this is just not enough. You just can't win through this Fadra. Right? Unless I'm missing something. Because now, I mean, you're not winning this turn and your opponent has guaranteed at this point to have the game next turn. At this point, your opponent just has game next turn, right? There's just no way around it. It was go for field to get 6k. That the play you're suggesting does not work. Unless they go Kaimin in the main phase, which plays into Effect Veiler, which is probably why they didn't want to do that. Now I think we just, yeah, I think we just lost. That's a statement. You got some quick play to increase its attack points or something? You're trying to like shrink the Fadra so it's smaller? See, you know, as much as Tenpai can sometimes be super simple to play and everything, for roughly every 10th Tenpai game is one where just activating Kaimin is not actually enough. You know, sometimes you gotta actually play it out and not just click the surrender button because the Kaimin was activated. Yep, Seal's Pass is definitely, yeah, that's definitely gonna save you against 10 cards in a Tenpai mirror when the Fadra is already on the board. Yeah, what could ever go wrong? What could ever go wrong? All right, so we got 6 Molcharmies, 2 Lightning Storms, and 3 Effect Veilers, right? Surely. Then we can win. Oh, no, they got good cards. Well, that's charming. Yep. Wow, they got so lucky. They found a play. Okay, we got Effect Veiler, so now they could still have Kaiman or Chundra to extend. If they don't have Kaiman or Chundra, this actually does stop it. For now. They need specifically Kaiman or Chundra, because the one copy of the field spell is out. Magna. Oh no, actually they can Hita. They can Hita. Yeah, no, they got it guaranteed. If they play Hita, of course. Not everyone does. I think most people do. Alright, Magna Mood comes down, activates its effect, and... I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you, this is just gonna be... this is where, if this wasn't live, I would fast forward, because this is just... There's no way. We're saved! We have a Mo Charmy! Alright, we're walling up. The second Fadra here is going to bring back the Chundra. So that the Hita is not quite as problematic, but they have Chundra anyways. Yeah, I mean, they've drawn infinite cards. Alright, Baron here is guaranteed. Okay, Baron was safer than that, but... Look, these are good cards. Why did you do all that? You did all that? You had Raigeki this entire time. Yo, what's up, Raiders? Thank you, Farva, for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. We are currently, I am not in anymore. No, I am not. Josh is not still in. But we are. This is the Tenpai is. Tenpai is good still. In Master Duel at the moment. Is do with that information what you will, but that's my learning so far from today's Challenger Cup, from today's tournament. We're currently in round number 5. So, you know, make yourself comfortable. We still got 2 more rounds of Swiss and then a top 8 cut. And so far, there's some Tenpai in here. We've seen some other stuff. Melodious, notably, has been doing well. One for one. Discard Garunix. Alright, this is the only time I feel like I've seen a Snake Eye deck start with a good discard. Every other time it's just like, discard my dead Flamberge in hand. Discard my dead Snake Eye Diabellstar in hand. Actually, Snake Eye Diabellstar is a fine discard too. Because you can place it with Poplar later. Any voiceless? We've seen a voiceless earlier. We've seen voiceless. Actually, I think voiceless took down Fire King in our round 2. Yeah. I mean, we've seen a little bit of everything. It's just Tenpai is the most represented at the moment. But we've seen some Melodious. We've seen multiple Chimera as well. We've seen some Branded, some Snake Eye, Fire King. You'll see those as well. It's not only Tenpai, just the most. All right, we've got an Appaloosa, and now we're going for the original Into the Fire King cards. Now, once again, we got 44 cards down here, so I don't think that's a Labyrinth list. That koi. Appreciate that. All right, are we gonna go for a zombie vampire? We are gonna go for a zombie vampire, so we're gonna find out what the opponent's rocking here as well. You just zombie vampire the tier limit duelist, and you gave him a Destrudo, and you had to take their Rhino Heart just so it couldn't activate. Okay, cool. Dark Charmer down there is certainly a card. Bellstar set wanted. Make Promethean Princess. Promethean brings back Flamberge. And linking it off into Amblo Whale, so we don't have Flamberge on the field. This is depth. This gotta be winnable. This has gotta be winnable for tier limits. With 7 cards in hand, the Strudel in the graveyard. Foolish Burial Goods for Rainbow Bridge of Salvation. Rainbow Bridge of Salvation. Wonder what field spell we're gonna add now that Pearl Rhino is gone. Probably Kashtira Planet, yeah. Alright, Kashtira Planet activates. Grabs Fenrir. Special Fenrir. Try to add. Successful. Add tier limits Kashtira. Activate Sharon. Appaloosa just... Oh, okay. We milled Mudora, which is really good. And we also got a Scream. And a Heartbeat. Oh yeah, no, tier limits is cooking here. Scream is going to reduce the Appaloosa, which really matters here because it turns it from 3 into 2 activations. I mean, this Appaloosa is... You can just run over it at this point, I guess. Hit Kalos. Activate Kick Kalos. We're just... Okay, this isn't live yet, so the timer is at 0 and on your screen, but this game is still a little behind on that. Okay, now we Promethean Princess. Chain Abyss Dweller. Chain Appaloosa. Chain Havness. Probably Chain Mudora. To shuffle the Promethean Princess and other things like Runix and IP Masquerade. Yeah, okay. Everything resolves. Havness. Mills Grief, which doesn't have a target. The Umblo Whale goes to the graveyard, which will bring back the Dark Charmer. Talents is active now. We're taking the Apo, which brings it back to 1600. Oh, 1900. Oh, because of the Wraithsoth. Birth brings back Fenrir. Kirin activates. Appaloosa stops that. Nibiru. Why did you care about Kirin? Why did you care about Kirin? Oh my god. Oh, we did all that. Oh, just to get rocked. Okay. And this is still gonna happen. That's a big rock token. Okay, we got the Kick Close Mill 5 anyways. Sharon, send Sharon. Have we activated Sharon yet? No, we haven't. It's still fine. Tier limits are still fine here. There's the Kaleido Heart. Kaleido Heart, spin. Activate. We have so much. How do we have so much gas in the tank? Okay. Alright. Is this enough with the snow? How big is the snow? Theosis add back Fenrir. Okay. It is not quite enough, I think, but I mean, they do see the writing on the wall. That was exciting. That was an exciting feature match. I feel like at the moment where the zombie vampire hit the board and milled those cards, I felt like it was gonna be a pretty interesting one. And yeah, it turned out it was a pretty interesting one. All right, that is the end of our round 5. We are not gonna go on a break. I think we're just gonna hang out and watch another replay or two before the next round goes up. Let me just pick one out for you guys and not spoiler the result by looking at the thingies here. Let's go. I'm gonna just pick the one right at the top. All right, let's see what we've got. Oh. Now, I don't even what is this? What deck are you playing even? Super heavy samurai with snake eyes? And this is gimmick puppet. So gimmick puppet going second against whatever this, I mean, I don't even know what this is trying to do at this point. Synchrons? Oh, you think it's Synchron? Maybe? Let's fast forward the snake eye combo. Want to draw? That confuses me even further. That's another delta in the deck. You make a proxy F magician. Okay. Typhon. You just made Typhon. That's actually not bad here. That stops the Snake Eye Flamber from bringing out the IP Masquerena. But now you can after the Veil. Why did you let him go battle phase? Why didn't you Veiler it when it tried to enter the battle phase? Okay, well. Guess we don't care about our Typhon. Okay, I think it's safe to say that Gimmick Puppet is going to go down to their follow-up here. Which, well, there's Vakaushi with a spell in the graveyard. What was that, Zelantis? There's no fire monster. And the Promethean is banished anyways. Agave Dragon. I am. This is still not game. Another terror baby. Is this good? Surely not. They've got 0 disruption, by the way. After all this, don't tell me, please don't tell me that you're gaming them right now. There's no way. No, 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 no. You're not. They might actually do that. There's no way. All those counters cannot possibly mean anything good. Convenient bell. There's no way. No way. There's no way you let one terror baby do all that to you. That's just not possible. That's not, no. I refuse to believe that happened. No, that did not happen. No, 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 no. Okay, the next round has started. The next round has started. Oh, God. Oh, man. All right, we've selected going second once again. That's how it be on the top tables here. But we are playing Chimera. I think we've spectated this player before. Chimera is pretty good against Tenpai. The problem is Chimera can have problems against almost all of the Charmies are good against Chimera, which is concerning. Mourner onto the Nightmare Apprentice. Okay, well, as long as you have another starter, you should be fine with that. If you don't have another starter, you might want to try and dodge this if you can. We'll see. What does Agave Dragon even do? It gains life points. Or burns something like that. I don't remember. Okay, we have the Chimera Fusion hard draw. Very powerful. We're gonna dodge the Mourner here by fusing Baphomet and Nightmare Apprentice into that makes the Baphomet Fusion monster. Yep. And we're still going to get our search here for the Patchwork and for the Nightmare Apprentice because we did dodge the Mourner. That's going to add probably the Cornfield Kotal. All right. Now, Baphomet triggers, brings back the Apprentice, which will lead to 2 level 6s being on the board. And Baphomet is going to send a Beast, Fiend, or Illusion. And that's going to be Diabell's setup, which is, I mean, you're expecting this to be Tenpai. Diabell's is really good against Tenpai. Kotal is going to try to add either Sword Knight or Gazelle, depending on what they want to normal summon, because they haven't done that yet. Mirror Sword Knight it is. All right. Now, typically you want to Mirror Sword Knight for the Baphomet and not for the Gazelle, because otherwise you just probably won't be summoning the bear. Which does mean, though, you have to make your rank 6 before you use the Sword Knight, if you're planning to summon out the Baphomet with. Because the Baphomet will lock you into fusions for the rest of this turn. Alright, they are choosing the rank 6 here. Which one is it going to be? It is Lars. Okay, Lars is powerful against Tenpai because it stops board breakers. We did hold an Ash Blossom until the very end for this Lars, but they held a Cult by the Grave for it. They knew they were fine with dodging the Mourner in a different fashion, so now we got the Cult by the Grave on the Ash Blossom here, which means the Sword Knight is going to resolve, giving us access to Baphomet, which gives us another Chimera Fusion and a Gazelle, which means we can also go for the Gazelle Fusion monster to rip a card out of their hand, which is very powerful after you've already taken so many cards out of their hand. So Chimera Fusion here is just gonna, or Poly, is just gonna go use away Baphomet and Gazelle. Yeah, to make the Chimera. The Chimera deck has so many layered interruptions if it gets to play like this. So we're gonna take away a card on the hand in end phase. We're not gonna be able to revive with the Baphomet here because we already did that earlier. We add Master Tau, but once we fuse with Master Tau, we're gonna get Diabell's. Alright, set 2, proceed to end phase, resolve that. This card, Chundra, that's a one of. And that's going to be hard to get back. I mean, you have Fadra for it, but are you going to get to Fadra is the question. Okay, so I don't see a world where Kenpai can break this with 3 cards. There's a Lars, which negates a card. There's a Mirror Sword Knight in the graveyard, which negates a monster effect while you have the Chimera. There's also a Kotal, which negates any targeting attempts. There's Chimera Fusion face down, and there's the ability to fuse away the Master Tau from the hand to revive the Diabels. So that is a lot of stuff to try and deal with 3 cards. Alright, Mirror Sword Knight gets value here, stopping the Pydra. Activate Kaiman in the main phase. We're gonna Lars that. And that's enough. Alright, and Chimera takes down the Tenpai here with a pretty good opener, to be fair. They got Nightmare Apprentice, a way to dodge Mourner, and a Cult by the Grave for the Ash Blossom. But still, hey, sometimes, you know, that matchup is just good for Chimera if it gets to play. All right, let us go ahead and jump into table number 1. $18 or less. Thank you for the 7 months. Welcome back. Appreciate you. All right, we are going first here with 42 cards. We're activating Wanted. Now, Snake Eyes is by far the second most popular deck at the moment. And I do feel like, I wonder how you guys feel about this, but do you guys think Snake Eye, or specifically Snake Eye Fire King, is in a fine spot right now, power level wise, or would you like to see another hit? Just power level wise, because I know people have been seeing this deck for a long time, and so I do agree it be for a change up. I think hitting it is what I would prefer. Power level wise, it's a little powerful. Yeah, it could definitely use a hit or two. It could definitely use a hit or two. I think the deck is fair, but I'm tired of seeing it. I think that is a very common sentiment about it at the moment. I still think, even if I wasn't tired of this deck, I do think it is still significantly more powerful in terms of what it can do. In terms of end boards. So I do think another hit to it would be warranted. Just power level wise. I think it deserves one. You DC'd? Oh, is this how this ends? Let me fast forward. That'd be unfortunate. What would you hit? I would preferably hit the Snake Eye part of the deck. I got no issue with the Fire King cards. I actually like the Fire King cards a lot. I think something like Original Sinful Spoils or Flamberge, which is the same talk we've gone over for ages in the TCG. Oh, the Super Poly here. Or Mud Dragon. Oh, we had... Okay. That's actually very unfortunate, because that could have been a pretty good game after this. Yeah. But, yeah, you were probably winning this game. Not guaranteed, but it was looking good after that Super Poly. That's unfortunate. That is unfortunate. Is that the same player or another one? I don't remember their name. I feel like that's a different... I think that's a different name. There's 2 Raid Raptor duelists in the world? Oh, same one. Okay. Movie time. Raider's Wing. Mimicrylanius or Mimicrylanius. Roost. Pain. I would love to give you some insights on these combos, but I am no Raid Raptor expert. I will be very disappointed though if you lose after doing all this. Why did that? Why was that necessary? Okay. It's Tenpai again. Battle phase. Kaiman. Alright, who would win? One Chandra or this board? I think the answer is this board. Yeah, the answer is this board. This board wins. No questions asked. Okay. This means Tenpai is 0-2 against Raid Raptor so far, or the other way around. Our Raid Raptor duelist, from what we've seen, has a 100% win rate against Tenpai, which is like the most played deck by a long, like by a lot right now. At this point, I think we're heading into the territory soon again, where people will just play anti-Tenpai decks again. Soon. When like when Tenpai's usage rate is this high, I'm in stare down. Who wins? No one. Why are you hitting yourself, Pydra? Oh god, Magnamood hurts so much. Whenever Magnamood hurts so much when you're playing against Tenpai. In hindsight, I do think Magnamood should have just searched either a Bestial or a light or dark dragon. It's unfortunate because I used to like Magnamut a lot. It's just specifically in Tenpai. I mean, it's always a very powerful card, but specifically in Tenpai with the Genroku interaction, it just, man. Failure on the Transcendent Dragon. Okay. Light is too much. Dark searches Albas, so it's fine. I was thinking if it just searched Dark, it'd be weird, because then it couldn't even search all the cards in its own archetype, like Bestial Lubellion or something. I do think probably just putting Bestial on it would have been fine. Like, just search a Bestial. Would have been fine. In these sort of instances, honestly, one thing I would love for them to do is just make a new Bestial that says the same thing that Magnamut does, but instead it adds a Bestial, and then just maybe just put Magnamut as forbidden, right? Instead of like doing any sort of errata or having it be at 1 because they know it's too powerful. But like, just make a new Bestial, you know? Make Bestial legacy support, quote unquote, and get rid of Magnamut, like replace it. I think that'd be a cool thing to do. Bestial Magna Mid. It'd be very funny if they did that. You might be right, but consider I like Magnamut. I mean, I do too. Another solution to this quote-unquote problem would just be to get rid of Tenpai at some point, right? And then Magnamut is just going back to mostly searching Bestials, or I mean, in Dragon Link it searches other dragons, but in most other decks it searches Bestials anyways. A lot of the time. Trying to figure out, this is still just game, isn't it? Like, make Trident Dragion pop the Transcendent unless there's a DD Crow. Aren't we getting a new dragon-based deck build archetype? I think we are, yeah. I think we are. Yeah, so the Trident Dragion alone here is already enough damage, but we can even bring back the Transcendent from the graveyard because we haven't done that this game yet. So that is a casual 12,000 damage from this point on. So even if our opponent was on 12,000 life points, we would still be winning here. Right on the dot when the timer hit 0. All right. I hope they make Centurion available again soon. I was wondering about that. Like, what other cards and archetypes are still missing their support? Because I mean, I know Fiendsmith is still something that we were missing. Centurion support is missing. Memento is missing. That's a big one. The new water cards. Yeah. All right, that was the end of round number 6. The end of round number 6, which means we are headed into the last round of Swiss soon. We've got one more round of Swiss, and then we will cut to our top 8 for this middle of the week Challenger Cup to find out who's going to take home one of those branded Fusion playmats today. And if you want to play Challenger Cups at some point in the future, you can go !Challenger Cup in the Twitch chat. I have a command if you want to join the Discord server for the Challenger Cups. They are completely free to enter, and you can win some awesome prizes. Once again, thank you to Konami for making these Challenger Cups possible. And we've got pairings for round number 7. So I'm going to do something real quick. We can actually take a look at them together. Let me see. Here we've got pairings and standings. I just want to check who is undefeated and who is 5-1. Because the people on 5-1, the way it works in these Challenger Cups these days, they have adjusted the system in this new year. Or I mean, it's been like this for a while, for a couple of seasons. But if you go 6-1, you are guaranteed to make Top Cut. If you go 5-2, you have to put some hope on tiebreakers. So we have a lot of 5-1s here that do have to probably win their last round to make it in. If they lose, they got to get lucky with their tiebreakers. I'm looking at some of their names right here, and that's the ones I'm going to try to focus on in our round 7 feature matches, because I always like to watch those, because those are the ones where it really matters. So yeah, we've got a couple of names here in the standings that we can take a look out for in our pairings. Let me see when it starts. We start in 4 minutes. All right. I'm excited for the new Punk support. I hope it comes to Master Duel early. I mean, that isn't even out in the TCG yet. I mean, it's possible, but yeah. All right, so we've got players sitting down at the table here. From what I'm seeing, we've got table 1 is a 5-1 match. Yes, it is. Table 2 is also a 5-1 match. All right, we're eating good here with the feature matches. Okay. Table 1 and 2 are both 5-1 feature matches. So we can probably take a look at both. If we have enough time to watch multiple matches almost every time. Who remembers when Princess was announced for Master Duel? That was pretty cool. It created a lot of hype, I feel like, to get a card. There's something about that we, especially as TCG players, don't have very often. Every time a card comes out, it's already been out in the OCG for a long time. And for Master Duel, even double that, because it's been out in the OCG and in the TCG for a longer time even. There's just something so cool about being able to be like part of the first couple of people to play a card. Like, that's also something that's, I think, part of the excitement for TCG exclusive archetypes, is that when they come out, you don't already know, like, hey, is this good or not? How do I use this? So on and so forth. There's just something exciting being able to be like the first people to try out cards. So that was cool with Promethean Princess, I agree. Mitsurugi. I mean, Mitsurugi is exciting. Mitsurugi is better than I thought it was, to be honest. Like, it's actually quite competent for a first wave of TCG exclusives, I think. A Master Duel exclusive archetype would be cool. Like a completely exclusive archetype would be cool too. Yeah, like to be the first ones to actually get an archetype, an entire set of cards. That'd be also very, very interesting. It's cohesive for once. I mean, yeah, I mean, it does 100% depend on Ryziel, I think, to be good. So like it's technically more than just 7 cards because it makes very good use of the Ryziel cards, which I think is an advantage for it. But still, I mean, all it takes sometimes is just some very, very above average cards, like the Ryziel Ritual Spell. The Ryziel Ritual Spell is very, very powerful. So even if the Ryziel, the Mitsurugi, or my bad, even if the Mitsurugi deck consists of few cards, it's got very powerful ones. Yeah, I misspoke. Mitsurugi is what I meant. All right, we've got Pierre selecting second here. Once again, these two players are at 5-1, so the winner of this will make it guaranteed into the top cut. We've got 60 cards over here. We go set, pass. Incredible. How would Tenpai ever deal with this? Ah, Sangan summoning. I see. That's how. That's how. We Ash Blossom the Sangan summoning ad. And we just hope that's enough. Is it enough? It is enough. End phase. Okay, we get another chance. We can draw another card. Let's see if we find something, because that Sangan summoning is going to keep representing enough damage to win the game. So we got to find something here. We got a Terror Top off the top. No effect, which tells us another card that they have. That's the Takatomborg. All right, what is this? It's a 60 card deck, and we're making Cherubini? Cherubini. All right. Cherubini sending for cost Water Enchantress. Oh, this is the Adventure Sprite deck, I think, that they took to my last Challenger Cup as well. We're DD crowing the Enchantress right away. Okay, well, that is a link too, though. So maybe if we have like a Sprite, we could special Sprite Carrot or Sprite Red or flip a level 2 and make Gigantic. Not impossible, not unheard of. Yeah, Nimble Sunfish. Nimble Sunfish, my goat. Okay. That is a Gigantic Sprite setup. Which is gonna be summon number 5. No, does Nibiru count flip summons? I don't actually know. No? Okay. Well, then it'd be summon number 4. I don't know how likely it is for this Gigantic Sprite to resolve, because we know the cards in their hand aren't Tenpai cards, like no normal summons or anything like that. It also can't be Imperm, though. It's got to be Ash or Veiler, I suppose, which probably is in their deck. But, I mean, it resolves. Okay. It does resolve. Because I was about to say, even if you have Veiler or Imperm, maybe letting the gigantic sprite resolve is good, because if you just Valor it, yeah, they have Ash. And you know why they did this? This might seem odd, but I do think it's understandable actually, is because if you just Ash the gigantic sprite, they are not locked, and they just attack you for 32 and go like Downer Zeus in main phase 2, which now they can't do that. However, they do have SP available now because you gave them a second body. So that I think does make sense, but the SP is gonna also get rid of your guaranteed follow-up unless you want to go ahead and invest like Ash and Valor if you have that. Or Sprint. Yeah, Sprint is actually also scary, right? But I mean, what does Sprint really do if Gigantic has already been summoned? Like, what's the threat? Like, you make Sprint, you send a Nimble card, you get 2 level 2 bodies. What do you do with those 2 level 2 bodies? Probably nothing. Nothing too crazy. All right, I think it's just gonna be SP Little Knight to try and get rid of the Sangan summoning, and that, I mean, they could have an effect failure for that. There's SP Little Knight. Gonna hit the Sangan summoning on the board, trying to prevent follow-up. They let that happen or not? I would think if they have effect failure, yeah, they don't let it happen. They don't let it happen, and that's guaranteed follow-up for them here, which could spell trouble because the SP will also be checked by the Sangan summoning. Unfortunately, no other monster on the board to dodge that effect Valor. And that probably just means we gotta go end phase. And we need answers to those Tenpai cards that are coming here. Sangan summoning effect. Looks like we're resolving it. That, I think that alone is game. It might be. That on its own might already... I think that's enough. Search Genroku. Alright, that tells me we may have drawn a normal summon. We may have drawn a normal summon here. We have... Oh, that's so good. Alright, that's going to be a Bident. That's going to be a Transcendent in a moment. And then we're going to go into the battle phase and safely activate that Kaiman, which I think is going to be a GG. I mean, unfortunate for the Sprite player here. We did not open with a playable hand. We did go first, but we just went set Nimble Sunfish Pass. And it actually turned out to be a little closer than you might think after that opener, but ultimately still they were just a little too slow for this. I mean, okay, cool Nibiru, cool Imperm, but unfortunately this card has text on it. Okay. And we also had a match at table 1, which was a bubble match. See where it is. I think it's this one. Oh, yeah, I see the problem here. I see the problem here. I also see why it was over so quickly, or rather just faster than the other one. It's very unfortunate because, I mean, for them, from their perspective, it's unfortunate because they could have just played uninterrupted. There was no Ash Blossom. Like, the Ash Blossom was drawn for turn. They just had one starter, just one. But that was sad. Double Chimera Fusion Master, Tau, and two hand traps. Well, it does happen, you know. Can't draw well every single time. We've got another match at 5-1 going on over here. I think both of them have been playing Tenpai in the past, but I'm not 100% sure. We have selected going second. Oh no, never mind. It is one Tenpai duelist, but also a Melodious duelist over here, trying to get into our top cut. All right, Surge Sonata, Special Sonata, Activate Concerto, no Charmy or Maxi. All right, so gonna activate Baja and both scales to get back onto the field. Gonna use the Chopin to add back the Soprano. Gonna link 2 into Bloom Harmonist. Discarding Trias Hierarchia. Okay, wait, hold up. Now what are we cooking with Trias Hierarchia here? We're adding it back to the hand. We're pendulum summoning Soprano. We're making Etoile. And we're passing. Oh, that's not ideal. We got Maxi. Hyman, Chain Droplet. Droplet is so good against Melodious. Oh, we're using the sneaky effect of Trias. But wait, this triggers. This is no disruption, I don't think. They're pretty big though. They're pretty big, and the field spell is... Oh, no, they're not big anymore. Okay, we're live now. Is this game, though? I don't think it is. I don't think it's game. Is it? What was that Melodious combo though? I mean, yeah. Look, the thing is, I've been there, but I've been there myself for sure. I've definitely messed up Melodious combos in the past. It takes a while to get used to. And after not playing it for a while, I would probably still mess up some of the combos now. I'm telling you right now, I think the only win condition that Tenpai has here is time. There's 6.5 minutes left. They're gonna get ahead in life points now. I don't think they can lose otherwise, unless I'm missing something. Like, the Melodious is gonna have infinite cards in hand, and or just, you know what, honorable. We messed up. I don't even know if we messed up. Maybe we just didn't have it. That's also possible. But yeah, we're just leaving. See, this is sometimes the case, you know. A Tenpai player would rather press the surrender button than enter main phase 2. There's Maybe that really makes you think. Really makes you think that the Tenpai players would rather click the surrender button than the main phase 2 button. But hey, I kind of respect it, you know? I respect it. Okay, we've got some time left, so let's hop into another game before we finish off our Swiss rounds and move on to our top 8 bracket. Oh, thank you. Someone selecting going first. I needed that. Quick and simple, set 3. Now, did you brick or is it labyrinth? Well, the other, someone's always got my back with Tenpai. All right, we got called by the grave though. Onto the Genroku, which is simultaneously good news because we've countered the Genroku, but also bad news because I don't know if that's labyrinth. Which would in turn mean that we've okay. No, guys, you don't understand. You guys don't understand. We wanted this because we had a Moltrami. We wanted to end on an open board. Thrust. Or Abominate. It's Unchained. Unchained against Fuvalos. Ashtira cards. Those are not fire dragons. Okay. We know you have a Genroku in hand. Why did you normal summon Fadra? And why did you not destroy the Fadra and attack the Fenrir? This is Yu-Gi-Oh! Alright, Shiyama is indeed not a dark monster. Ghost Ogre the Magnamute, because we hate it that much. We're not going to attack it. We're going to Ghost Ogre it. Where is Yama? We knew this was there. We knew all of this was there. We knew the unicorn. You have game attack. God. Okay. All right. Cool. Yes, I understood everything that was going on there. I have no questions. I have no questions. I didn't know I couldn't Caesar Births activation. Yeah, Caesar, the way Caesar reads, it says activates a spell trap or monster effect. It cannot negate spell trap effects. You've got 30 seconds. Otherwise, you're losing the Sky Striker. "22, 21, 20, 19. I'm not gonna count it all the way to you. Nice SP Little Knight though. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding, 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 ding. Another one for the Sky Strikers. Oh my god, yes. All right. Sky Striker goes on to 5 and 2, I think, which if they're lucky, you know, if they're lucky, that could be enough to make it into the top 8. Speaking of, that is what we're going to have next. We're going to go on a very short break for the admins to get the top 8 ready. And I hope to see you guys there. So the tournament doesn't end here. This is just the end of the Swiss portion. I hope you enjoyed it so far. We're going to be here in a couple of minutes with the top 8 to find out who is going to win this Wednesday Challenger Cup. So stay tuned. I'll be back with you guys in probably less than 5 minutes, and we'll watch our top 8 then. See you then. All right, welcome back, everybody. We have our top 8 assembled in this room over here. People are sitting down. Once again, we are going to start seeing some best of 3 action now, no longer best of 1. We got 1 pair of duelists still missing, but we've got table 2, 3, and 4 already here. Of course, we've got Quantal versus Pierre. We've got Daiden versus DGZO. We've got Anestis versus TT9911. I was thinking about checking in with my man Quantal over here. I think we're going to go ahead and watch table 2 for our top 8 match. And then see how that goes and how long it takes. All right, players, you may begin with the top 8. All right, Quantal going first. I knew my man wasn't gonna play Tenpai. All right, we got some more Melodious action. Couplet, not your favorite starter, but it does work alongside another Melodious card. Apparently we don't even have that. That's rough. We could look at a quick game 1 here because that's a very bad Melodious hand. You know, this is a problem for Melodious sometimes. It has some very good starters, but if you don't have those, then, you know, you don't have... And I don't think it has enough to be considered a consistent deck. It's like just on the verge of okay consistency wise, but you know, you get these hands where you just can't do much. On the other side here, we've had Pierre, who's been playing a lot of Tenpai during the Swiss portion of the tournament, switching over to Snake Eyes now, which is something you can do in these Challenger Cups. There is no deck list, so you can switch the decks up between games. Poplar is our normal summon here. It gets hit with an Imperm. Do we have extension? We do have the Diabell Star, as they always do. If you have infinite impermanence for their normal summon, they do have the Diabell Star. That's known. Fire King Island hard draw as well here is pretty good. Ghost Ogre would be pretty neat here, to say the least. Destroy the Garunix from hand. At the other Garunix. We do have Max C. And there's only one last card in hand that could potentially be an out to it. Is it one? No, it's not. Alright. Now, Pierre's not going to need too many summons to try and go for game here. Can we prevent that somehow? Here's the thing. Melodious is not typically the deck to run Nibiru in. Because if you do Nibiru your opponent, you lock yourself out of your own best starters. First Movement Solo and Ostinato. So typically not a card you would expect. I mean, also that is just over 8,000 damage on the board already, and I don't see a way Melodious would have to stop this. Like I said, you don't play hand traps that put bodies on the board like Bestials or something like that. So yeah, that's just going to be enough here. Very poor opening hand for Quantal in the first game of top 8. Unfortunately puts us down one game very quickly. And we're gonna have to turn it around, which is the good thing about a best of 3. You can still do it if you just win the next 2. Now, once again, these players can now go into the tank for 2 minutes, I believe, before they have to start playing again. And Quantal will get to decide who goes first now, before the match even starts. They tell their opponent, hey, I want to go first or I want to go second. And they can switch their decks around. So we will see how that goes. In the meantime, we had yugioh win the first game against Daiden down here at table 3. So just for you to keep up with it. I'll be waiting for the second game of this series though. This is where the mind games start, because Pierre has been a Tenpai player throughout Swiss mostly, I think. So will they just switch to that deck, anticipating Quantal to go first? Will Quantal anticipate that, make them start, thinking they're going to switch to Tenpai? We're going to find out. We're going to find out soon. All right, we've got our players back at the table. And game 2 begins. All right, let's see who's going first or second and what decks we are bringing for this one. All right, we want to go first again. And this time... Okay, please tell me it's Labyrinth. That's gotta be according to plan, right? That's gotta be Labyrinth. It can't possibly be another brick. Okay, we did not switch. We went with a fire deck again. And we go Bon for the pop. Do not think this is going to get a reaction yet. It'd be pretty early. Oh, we do have a reaction actually. We saw them strike it. Okay, that's decent, I guess. All right, we 1-for-1 trade with the bonfire, which is good because bonfire is a very good card, and you also get the hard once per turn poplar effects out of the way. Not too bad. That does give them a free send for the witch, though. Which is getting another Solemn Strike out of Quantal. Interestingly enough, on the summon, not the effect. Which is unlikely to matter, but in the extremely rare case that they can somehow revive this Black Witch, they could use it. And then we have Olkanix normal summon. These hands are absurdly good. Bonfire, Dia Bellstar, and Olkanix plus fire. I mean, the fire we're popping is an Ash Blossom, but still. Does this threaten? It doesn't threaten 5,000 damage, no. Because you can't destroy something that's big enough. The biggest thing you can typically destroy would be the other Garunix, which would put this to 4,050. So you gotta keep playing a little bit here in order to even threaten anything. But since we don't have any other Fire Kings in graveyard, you can't really destroy anything for value with the Garunix like Arvata or Kyrian, unfortunately. You can make the other Garunix or Zombie Vampire here. Yeah. Which this one actually has another effect, which it can destroy spell trap cards. Which does come up here, and it is Labyrinth. We did destroy an Ash Blossom earlier. Do we have a second one? Don't think so. Looks like we're just resolving. The Welcome Labyrinth is resolving, which is pretty good. I was almost certain that the card in hand was lovely, knowing Quantal, but all right, it is not lovely in the hand. It actually was in the deck, which begs the question: what is that card in hand? At that point, it's got to be like Lady, right? Lady Labyrinth, probably. Battle phase. Activate Lady is interesting. This toggle doesn't make a whole lot. I thought we had to be toggled on to. Oh, okay, we have Trap Trick anyways. That's pretty good. That's brutal. Okay, so we're resolving the Lady set and the Trap Trick to get whichever trap we want. We got Big Welcome for next turn. Trap Trick for a trap we want to immediately activate. This is a Pyro monster. So Ice Dragon's Prison would have to target the Poplar here to banish both, but can do that, and then you can pop a card in hand. for the lovely. Tuck. Banish both. Lovely. Pop one of the 2 cards in hand, which you can do here without much risk. You know there's no Fire King cards in there. They would have popped those with Ulcanix. And we leave it at that. We go next. All right. And that puts us to a game 3. Honestly, I thought that was looking very good for Pierre there, but the popping the Ash Blossom as the only other fire monster there was actually quite huge for that. If they had the Ash Blossom, they probably would have taken it. But now we're going into a game 3. Let's see. We've got other scores in. We've got DGZO is up 1 game, Kylel is up 1 game, and TT9911 is also up a game. So that's our current standing here. We got a 1-0, 1-0, 1-1 situation going on. Understandably so, because this game 1 was so fast that we saw. So the other ones are all in game. Oh, this game 2 just ended. What happened there? They equalized it to 1-1 as well. So this game is also, this match is also going to a game 3. Will the stream continue after the tournament? I predict that once this tournament is done, it's going to be after 11 p.m. for me, so probably not. But I'll be back in a couple of hours, basically. I'll be streaming tomorrow morning, or I mean, depending on where you're from. But I'll have a regular stream tomorrow. After this tournament, which will probably be in like 1.5 hours or something. Yeah, it'll be past 11 for me. So. We'll be going to bed. Have you read the Ryziel cards? No, not yet. We're also doing that tomorrow. The new Ryziel cards. All right, game 3 time. Fire King once again for Pierre. Going first. Normal summon of Onyx to grab Fire King Island. Interesting. What does that mean? We opened Sanctuary and Skyburn? Because if you have, I mean, yeah, if you have Sanctuary in hand already, then you would just search Skyburn, or maybe you don't play Skyburn. We'll see. Or you don't play Sanctuary. That'd also be very weird. Especially for a going first variant, right? For going first, you wouldn't cut Sanctuary, I would assume. All right, activate Island. Sanctuary destroys the Ponix on the board to get the Fire King portion of the combo rolling. We do have a Diabell Star in hand, which we can commit at any point. But first, we're going to go for the Garunix. Are we met with a Max C? We are not. Okay, so we can cook We destroy Olcanix from the deck. And summon out the old Garunix. Is this gonna lead up to a zombie vampire? It would tell us. I always, from a viewer perspective, zombie vampire is a very exciting card. Like, sometimes I don't even care if it's the optimal play or not. I just want the players to make it because it's fun and because it'll like show me what the opponent is playing and like speculate about some of the things that they would mill and stuff. But yeah, I don't know if it's the optimal thing to do here. If they do play it, it could also just be the Galaxy Photon Lord. Well, we are considering our options. Are we going for content? We're making content. Let's go. And are we resolving it? We are. Okay. Melodious again. Okay. Artifact Sanctum. What is this doing here, sus? We did hit a lot of cards that we would like to see in our hand. We milled Maxi, Crow, Ash Blossom. So, yeah. The good news is our opponent also didn't really get anything here. Like, there's nothing really. We did get a fire monster in our opponent's graveyard, which means we can now make Hita to take that. But we didn't hit anything that has actual value, like no Snake Eye Ash or Oak or whatever. So, does the Sanctum mean we are on some Artifact Scythe technology? And what on earth is in a Melodious hand if it doesn't have any sort of interruptions? Just 5 Melodious cards? That's not very good. Oh, we got Dark Charmer target too as well, I guess. Yeah, well, same thing. Just a way to bridge into a Link 3. Promethean Princess. I can't imagine anything that the Melodious deck would hold until this late. Alright, so Princess revives the Olcanix, which searches us a Kirin. And at this point, we can summon the Diabellstar from hand, try to go through the Snake Eye line. And if we ever, I mean, Melodious usually doesn't play Nibiru, but if they do here, we would still have a Kirin for the opponent's turn. The thing with Nibiru is Melodious can't really play that card, especially not when they're anticipating to go second, because if you have the Nibiru on the field, you just can't use any of your starters anymore. Like, the only starter that you can still use is Refrain. But like Ostinato and First Movement Solo, which are the best cards in your deck, don't work anymore. Which is a big downside for Melodious. Like, not being able to play cards like Nibiru, like Bystials, is a big deal. Alright, Special Poplar doesn't have a search target anymore, but doesn't matter. It's good enough to go into Flamberge. Bro just has 5 Melodious cards and is going to lose because of it. Modern Yu-Gi-Oh! This arguably has not much to do with Modern Yu-Gi-Oh! To be fair. If you open... it's always been rough to open 5 Engine and nothing else, you know? Like, you draw 5 Gladiator Beasts in your 2009 Gladiator Beast deck and see how that treats you. Or you draw just 5 Dragon Rulers in 2013 with, like, no other, like, you know, other good cards. That's always a problem. You draw 5 Necros cards during Necros format or anything, like just 5 BAs. It's always not great to only draw your engine, you know? It's a card game after all, and sometimes you get unlucky hands. There's exceptions, of course. There's exceptions, but for the most part, just drawing, I don't know, the namesake of your deck is not great. We are encountering a problem right here as a pendulum deck right now, which is that, as you'll notice on the bottom right of your screen, hiding behind that Mirror Jade, there is a non-pendulum card in our pendulum scale. So that's a problem. Now the thing is, Melodious is one of those. Melodious is probably one of the decks that can still play without pendulum summoning. As long as you have one scale to put the couplet in, it's okay. It actually is okay. It's not like the end of the world. It's still annoying, but there's other pendulum decks that like would genuinely not be able to play because of this, but Melodious can. See, they did hard draw the Sanctuary, I told you. Which means they either don't play Skyburn or also have Skyburn. Based on the fact that they are playing against Melodious and they didn't set that card into the left or right zone, I don't think this is Imperm. So I'm thinking this is Skyburn. Alright, first movement solo. Good start. Mag C. Bad start. Abort mission. Scatter. Deck out. 20. I don't think Melodious can do that. Oh, it is Imperm. Interesting. That is just suboptimal play then. All right. Against Melodious, that card should always be in that other, like that should always be here to block the couplet zone. But then why not search Skyburn? Oh, they probably just don't play Skyburn, which is reasonable. Not everyone plays Skyburn. That's fine. Yeah, this is tough. We are in the battle phase. We did get rid of the SP, but I don't see how we are living this follow-up turn. Ostinato. Now we get ashed. We knew they had that, right? They added that back off Sunlight Wolf. All right, well. Second Ostinato. Nope. All right, problem. That is GG's, I think. They just got to go through the motions here. I do not see a world in which Melodious comes back from this. We do have the Arvata to potentially negate anything in hand, but at this point, I don't even think there's an out anymore. Like, even in the Nibiru, they don't have to play into it to reach 8,000 here. I'm pretty sure that's just going to be enough without it. And even if there was a Nibiru, there's an Arvata for it, so they'd have to like have Nibiru plus Veiler, at which point like they would have had to have one of those cards last turn already, which they didn't. We got 72 here, so just one normal summon will seal the deal, which they have added off Fire King Island, right? So nothing Melodious can do about that, and we don't have to play into Nibiru. That's exactly 8,000. We can just swing. Melodious has nothing for this. 2 Refrain, 2 Soprano, Ostinato for his movement. Yeah, that's a very unfortunate hand. That's very unfortunate. Melodious is like one of the decks that can fit the most non-engine, and then just to draw only engine with it is very unlucky, but it does happen. You know, it's a card game after all. And Pierre moves on to the top 4 with Snake Eye Fire King defeating Quantal on Melodious. Unfortunate. Okay, do we have any other games still going on, or is everyone done? All right, we have Pierre defeating Quantal. We have Kylil defeating Idon Goat. We have DGZO defeating Daiden. And we have ET9911 defeating Anestus. No, we are done. Our top 8 is done. Everyone is finished. Our top 4 is Pierre, Kylil, DGZO, and TT9911. That's our top 4 duelists. We will go on no further break. We will just wait for the top 4 to start and hop into the action right away. Bruno M, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Also, Twix Ice, thank you for the 9 months. Appreciate that. I hope you guys are enjoying the show. I'm having a good time so far, even though it, especially in the Swiss rounds, I mean, in Top Cut, we haven't seen it yet, but in Swiss rounds, it was a lot of Tenpai. But every time it's not Tenpai, there's a lot of cool stuff happening, like Melodious and Chimera. Some of my favorite decks of the past couple of months. All right. Let me put, I'll put it in the title, top 4. And then grand finals are next. Best of 3 is kind of interesting with deck swapping. I should play more decks than Chimera though. That's the thing. I say this all the time, how like you can really start making reads and stuff when it comes to best of 3 in Challenger Cups, because you get to switch around your decks and stuff like that. But then most of the time people just stick to what they're comfortable with. Which is also understandable. I got debarriered in game 3. Yeah, that's the sort of thing where if you play these sort of decks that have a very glaring weakness, sometimes you got to switch up your game. You know, you got to get familiar with like maybe 2 or 3 different decks in the format that have different weaknesses. It's the same thing we experience it. I experienced this a lot in these Challenger Cups, especially with the branded players. Like there's a couple of people that are just super known for playing branded. Turns out that people just play a lot of Bystials against them, and DD Crow and obviously Ash Blossom and stuff like that. So every once in a while they can really get an advantage by switching off of their favorite deck to a deck that isn't weak to Bystials. So like you just can't be too predictable, because that would be a disadvantage. All right, top 4 pairings are on the Discord, and it'll begin in 2 minutes. So everyone take their seat. Good luck to the top 4 duelists. Did we react to Ryziel support yet? We are doing that tomorrow. We are focusing on the Challenger Cup, and then for tomorrow's stream, we're gonna do the Ryziel cards right at the beginning, as we always do. It's almost part of the warm-up at this point. When I do a normal stream, it's just like we get started and we look at some new cards. I wouldn't want to be missing that, so we're doing that tomorrow. Good thing Ryziel got support. The deck was starting to look weak. You say that as a joke, but from the OCG perspective, your statement is actually true. I know you're not serious, but from the OCG perspective, that is actually not wrong. And for us, I say at this point, just chill for a bit. I mean, I don't know how good the support is, but like, it's gonna be a while until we get it. It's gonna be a while until we get those cards from Alliance Insight. I think it's like 4 months from now or something. Like there's definitely a chance that Ryziel is also hit in the TCG until then. It's not a guarantee that it'll be full power Ryziel in May. All right, we've got 1 player missing for our top 4 to start, but it should start soon. Now, to be precise, it has started. Someone's missing. Hurry up, get to your table. We will just spectate the other one if it starts. JXZ, thank you for the gift. Appreciate that. Thank you. Very kind. Appreciate the support. All right, y'all, your timer is running. Okay, there we go. All right. I don't even know if 7th Tachyon will see play in TCG. Oh, right. When do we get that? When is 7th Tachyon releasing? When is the new May set? Is it February? All right. We got Fire King Snake Eye going first here. March. Okay, March. And we're ashing Fire King Island. Okay. So we are stopping access to the Fire King engine, probably, unless we see a normal summon of Olcanix next. I'm sorry, Pierre. I jinxed that. That's on me. That manifested them in their hand because I said that. That's my bad. Well, however, that does mean that we might stop the Snake Eye portion of the deck. Okay, Troll and Lockbird here is good, but not that good, because we do already have access to the Fire King portion. Still, the Troll and Lockbird could prevent any further, you know, Snake Eye plays. I wonder what they do now with the situation. Like we have access to Hita because they ashed, so we can definitely go Promethean Princess Amblo Whale. But we can do we're trying a little cheeky zombie vampire in between, because who knows what we're gonna hit? Could hit a Diabell Star for a free original Sinful Spoils or something. There we go. That's a Diabell, but we okay. The positives first. We did get a Diabell Star. The negatives next. We gave our opponent a Garunix. I still think overall that's a pretty big positive. Also, the opponent got Poplar as well, which they're choosing not to activate. We can actually, yeah, actually, maybe. Oh, they do activate it. Never mind. I got it confused. I thought since the Diabels are already summoned, it was another game state. All right, the Poplar goes to the spell trap zone. You guys are right. Maybe this is a positive actually, because this exposes the Garunix to SP Little Knight. So maybe it's not a bad thing. Also, we got Arvata for Hita here, potentially. Snake Eye Oak is going to send the Olcanix to the graveyard to summon probably just Flamberge from the deck, which does have 2 targets once the Ponix hits the graveyard. SP Little Knight, get rid of that Garunix for good. Oh. I feel like the amount of Tenpai is mostly because players can change decks between games, since people can choose to play Tenpai if they're likely to go second. In ladder, I've seen a big drop in Tenpai. I don't think that's true, because the majority of Tenpai we've seen was in the Swiss rounds, where there is only best of ones. I think the difference between just regular ladder and these tournaments is that a tournament setting is more competitive. I think in ranked, it depends, of course, where you are in ranked. I'm sure in the Master 1 ladder, like, it's different, but people just tend to play what they enjoy more when it's a more casual setting, like rated, ranked, I mean. So there's a higher likelihood of people just bringing Tenpai to this tournament because they want to win. I think that's more the reason. Of course, the deck got weaker, and so it was expected to have a little less in ranked, but like, it's in a tournament setting, you know, people just tend to go back to what they think is the actual strongest deck. Which is also why you see a lot more Fire King Snake Eye than you see in ranked. Like in ranked, I play against this particular deck very, very rarely these days. Did it really get that much weaker with the Charmies? That's another thing. Like, it didn't actually even get strictly weaker. It lost a couple of starters and gained the Charmies. So like, overall, it's arguably not even much worse than before, if even. All right, so we've been able to add back an Ash Blossom with Sunlight Wolf, and now we've also been able to summon Arvata from our opponent's graveyard with Hita, and put the SP Little Knight back into the spell trap zone with Flamberge. This is phenomenal. Like, this was as good of a first turn as it gets, especially through Ash and Jordan Lockbird. We've banished our opponent's Garunix, we've stolen our opponent's Arvata, we've ended on a very, very good board still, and we've added an Ash Blossom back from the graveyard to the hand. It's actually phenomenal. And our opponent has a Bonfire, which is a good card, but we can see that the one Poplar is on their board right now, so we might not even have to, like, Ash this, because what is this going to do? Search a Snake Eye Ash that cannot search a Poplar? You can probably just let this go. Okay, we decide to still do that. I don't even know if you have to do that. I think you can keep that. I think you can keep the Ash for something else, but at the same time, what else are you gonna Ash? That zombie vampire was phenomenal, yeah. It really was. It could get Ponix. Ponix is not a Pyro. Ponix is a winged beast. All right, so yeah, I think I would have liked to keep the Ash Blossom maybe for the original Sinful Spoils. That is eventually going to happen, probably. Because that can actually get Ponyx. At the same time, if you think that further, the Fire King Island also isn't as threatening because the Garunix is banished, right? So like, what's the threat? What really is the threat behind Fire King Island? Not too much, right? All right, so Poplar gets placed and Dia Bellstar puts original onto the field. I mean, most likely original. Yep. And that gets us probably a Ponyx, I would guess. Could also be a Snake Eye Oak to revive the Poplar, but I don't really see the appeal in that. Okay, it does get Oak to revive the Poplar, but that gets SP Little Knighted, and now you just have a Poplar on the after all this. I mean, none of this really threatens much with Garunix being banished. I guess in a way I can understand them going for the Snake Eye plays, because the Fire King plays without Garunix are just so mediocre. Normal summon Snake Eye Ash, which can add a Ponyx, okay. But how do we get that Ponyx onto the field, is my question. First of all, we don't even get it, because the Arvata stops that. Destroying the Promethean Princess, leaving the Flamberge on the field, and now activating the Garunix in the graveyard to go ahead and pop probably a Kirin from the deck. Yeah, and the Kirin can now destroy the Snake Eye Ash. And then we are in a situation where we've normal summoned, we've used Dia Bellstar, we don't have Garunix anymore. We've gone through both Snake Eye, through all the Snake Eye level 1 monsters. I don't know exactly what kind of options we have here. Typhon win rate about to drop. We could make Typhon and then lose the game after making Typhon, just to give another little bit of a... yeah. Okay, Linkaribo. And... End phase. Okay. GG's. It turns out hitting that Garunix, I thought it was a bad thing at first, but it was actually very, very good. I mean, arguably, I do think that they win the game even if the opponent still has the Garunix in their own deck, because I mean they did prevent the access to Fire King Island anyways for the most part, so it hardly mattered, but it still was. It was even harder, so. All right, we're making an Appaloosa just to play it absolutely safe, not trying to lose to a random Nibiru or something like that. So we're gonna get our stuff back into the graveyard, pop a Kirin, and that is just a couple of steps until we have the required damage, because that's gonna trigger the Garunix in the graveyard, and the Kirin in the graveyard is gonna bring something else back as well, and that's gonna be an easy 8,000 damage without having to worry about any card in their hand. We bring back this Garunix with Kirin, pop the Snake Eye Oak out of the way. Runix comes back. We don't even have to activate it technically because we're gonna have over 10,000 damage. Yeah, we just normal summon Arvata with Flamberge to attack. That is way more than enough. Who Arvata? No, there's one. The other one was the opponent's Arvata. They took it with Hita. It was sent to the graveyard by Zombie Vampire, and then they took it with Hita on the first turn. That wasn't their Arvata. Okay. In the meantime, the other match is already in game 2 with DGZO being up 1 game. Why don't we go ahead and see how that's going for them? To not waste any time and wait for the other match, let's just see what's happening in the other match right now. All right, going first here. Once again, DGZO is up the first game. Ostinato resolves. Okay. So Quantal was not the only Melodious soldier in our top cut. We've got another one here. Soprano adds back the couplet. Couplet activates to revive the refrain. Ostinato is so powerful. Okay, refrain effect to add a sonata. Couplet activates to search the concerto. And then we're probably going to fuse with the concerto. We are going to fuse into a Schuberta. Okay, interesting. Not making the Etoile first to be safe from the Biru. We're going to make it now. That's going to revive the soprano, and the refrain is going to scale itself. The concerto is going to go to the bottom to draw a card. Normal summon soprano, make Bloom Harmonist. Bloom Harmonist, discard Max C. That's a statement. Gets Ghost Ogred, which is really good against Bloom Harmonist. They're going to protect it with the Etoile. This is still not going to resolve because it has to summon into its zones. Regardless, we're going to have a Schuberta plus Etoile end board, 1 set card, and probably another Maxi in hand. Otherwise, you wouldn't have done that. Dark Hole. That's scary. If this is Tenpai, you know, all of these are going to come back in the end phase, but are you going to have an end phase? Etoile for Baja. Baja for refrain. Refrain for couplet. Couplet for soprano. Soprano for sonata. All right, all that is a lot of card advantage. Judgment on Dora Dora. All right, Kaiman. Do you have Ash for Kaiman? No. Oh, well, there's no Kaiman. Okay, well, that was scary, but it did work out. Okay, so these are going to a game 3 any moment now. Let's check in with our other... Which game 3 you guys want to see? Oh, this is game 2. Which one do you want to see? You want to see game 3 on table 1? Or you want to see game 2 at table 2? I'm open for either. We're probably going to check in with both of them at some point. You know what? Because this is game 3, let's check this one out and then jump into the rest of this match because it's likely to take longer than this one after. Not judgmenting Dark Hole was kind of crazy. I think it was fine. I think it was fine the way they played that on the opponent's turn. All right, now previously on Tenpai, now we're selecting going first for game 3 here with Lord of the Heavenly Prison. Okay, it seems like we've switched to Trap Lab for going first. Herald of the Orange Light hits the Lord of the Heavenly Prison though, which is a -1, but still a powerful... I mean, that's a very powerful card to get rid of. Because it's also potentially engine, right? If that was their only engine card, they might not be able to do much, but we'll see how many set cards they will have. One. It's not. There's no way it's just one. Two. Come on. Two. Okay. All right, then. We'll draw for turn and see if we can get anything going here. Labyrinth. If this is Labyrinth, leaving 2 cards in hand is very scary. All right. Now, the first thing you want to do is always activate a spell when you're playing Melodious. So the first thing being Refrain is not ideal. Even though Refrain is still a very good starter for this deck, if it resolves, it's a very good card, but you would always rather have one of the spell cards. All right, it did go through though. That's the good news. Just going to battle phase here. Trying to swing for 16, trying to get some damage in. Are there any timer concerns? They got 26 minutes. Timer is not a concern. All right, interesting. Well, activate couplet, try to search for the fusion spell, I would assume. The thing about this matchup is it can be very interesting. However, I think overall, both of these decks 100% have the capability of beating each other. It's just whoever gets into their grind game first. Like, if Melodious can summon Baja and so on and so forth, then it's really hard for Labyrinth to out their things. But if Labyrinth establishes control, then it's really hard for Melodious to break out of it. All right, we get debarriered here, which is going to stop us for the entire turn pretty much. But Labyrinth at the moment doesn't have much going on either. So if they don't have, if the set card is not a welcome Labyrinth or big welcome Labyrinth, then I mean Melodious can take some time here. However, the problem is here's a problem with Melodious. This card is now in the graveyard, and this card is usually a one-of because you search it for free. This card only adds Concerto from the deck. So here's a problem. This card will not find its way back into the deck so easily, because in order for it to go back into the deck, a Melodious fusion needs to be sent to the graveyard. So if this card doesn't resolve to summon a fusion, it's really hard to get it back, unless they play 2 copies, because they play like Desires or something. Pot of Duality. Revealing 3 very mediocre cards, because Extravagance can't be used this turn because it's start of main phase. Foo Clock can't be used and Summon Limits, like, eh. Normal summon Herald of Orange Light is not ideal. This is a very weird game for both of these players, I think. Like, they're both struggling to get anything. Battle phase. Okay, well, slowly but surely. I mean, I'm assuming where we want to make Bloom Harmonist here. The chances that that resolves are not the best, though. Maybe if we have Ava as a discard, I like this play if we have Ava as a discard. That'd be pretty sick. Nope, that's just a Fuva. A Royal Fuva, but that doesn't make it any better of a discard here. Dogmatica Punishment onto the Bloom Harmonist is like the worst case scenario. Because not only does that stop you from summoning, it also goes plus on you. At this point, I think Lab just wins. Honestly, I think Lab just wins this in the long run. Melodious just can't get stuff going. The Called By's not even that good here. Like, it's neat, but you know the Pot of Extravagance is coming, and surely the Pot of Extravagance is gonna find them engine. As soon as the Labyrinth deck draws engine here, I do think it's over. All right, we set 1, so we don't even have an Ash Blossom in hand. They draw for turn. Start of the main phase is going to be that Pot of Extravagance, which I think they set. Oh no, they didn't set it. Okay, that means they had to have more trap cards in hand earlier. Okay, maybe playing around a Lightning Storm or something. Solemn Judgment is the card though. Okay, maybe if they still don't have engine, that all right. saying no once again. Can you explain why you would go to battle phase if you had a way to continue the combo with Concerto on the second turn? They just wanted to secure the damage they had at that point. And if you look at that turn in hindsight, they would have done 0 damage if they kept playing in main phase. The problem is Melodious. I don't even know what Melodious can draw here to get back into this game. They need like another refrain. I mean, they can draw Ostinato, but like it's rough because they can't get the fusion spell back so easily. Ostinato is the one thing that lets them easily fuse out of nowhere, basically. They need Ostinato, is what they need. And they need it to resolve, too. Okay, for a second, I thought I jinxed it again. That is not Ostinato. That is still good. The other thing is that Labyrinth is, I mean, because they have poked them a little bit with those refrains earlier and the Herald, they don't have the highest life total. So maybe they don't have to put together the strongest combos. Maybe they can win off the back of just a couple of attacks with like refrain, search couplet revive or something. Or Soprano. Yeah, they can Soprano normal summon and fuse with it. Try to fuse with it. Okay, we're not... Okay, at this point, we're just poking. We're poking. Sure. Get that damage in. Slowly but surely. Dogmatica Punishment. Once again, that is going to end their turn. They cannot fuse with the Soprano, so they have to Judgment that. They have to Judgment that Dogmatica Punishment. I think if I have Judgment there, I keep playing in main phase 1 and try to go for game this turn. But sure, okay, fine. We say no once again. Normal summon Soprano now. Try to fuse with it if we are allowed to. If this goes through, it'd be huge. If this Soprano fusion effect goes through, I think they are winning the game. Because then they can set the refrain to the pendulum scale from the extra deck. And they can also, I mean, they summon Baja. And once that Baja goes to the graveyard, you get the Concerto back into the deck. You get a draw. You can search with Couplet. Like, if this goes through, it does not. Yeah, they cannot let that happen. They can absolutely not let that happen. But at this point, Labyrinth needs to draw Engine soon. Because you might just lose to Refrain attacking you a couple of times. Alright, can't resolve that. Can't resolve that. End phase. Okay, well. The refrain is there. 1600 attack. 2 more attacks. Set, pass. I mean, that's to be expected, but is it a good set or not? Offer turn. A normal summon could end it here, potentially. Not that normal summon. Not that one. Another Ice Dragon's Prison. That's not Engine. Once again, it's a good card here, but it's not Engine. Lady? Wait, how long has that been here for? Am I tripping? Okay, maybe they didn't have Lady, but instead they had like duplicate Ice Dragon's Prison. They didn't want to set both of, I mean, now it's just PG. Okay, okay. And that is Labyrinth taking down Melodious off of the back of just Melodious struggling to play for 10 turns, paying 6,000 life points with Solemn Judgments. And now we're resolving one Labyrinth card and win the game. And that is, honestly, that's Trap Lab for you. That is Trap Lab for you at its finest sometimes. That was an exciting game. That was a nail biter. That was I'm glad we checked out this game 3. Showcase is one of the advantages of playing 2 concertos. It doesn't come up very often, but if it does come up, you struggle without the second copy of this card. If they had a search target for this card, this game would have been over a long time ago. A long time ago. All right, Ariana attacks, and the Lady Labyrinth goes in for game and brings DGZO to the finals of tonight's Challenger Cup. So let's find out if they already have an opponent or if the other match is still going on. The other match is still going on, and it is currently 1-1. So they are in game 3. Let's see what's happening here. We've got someone going back to... I mean, is it Tenpai? Could also just be something else with just Perulia because they think they're going to go second. All right, Perulia and Maxi. Have fun, Snake Eye Poplar. Set to pass. Anti-spell Fragrant. Volcanix gets Judgmented. Garunix is in hand. Disaster. Absolute disaster. Oh my god. Oh. Yeah, that's game. That's just game. Why is there so much Solemn Judgment now? That is actually simple. That is just because we're watching Top Cut. And in Top Cut, players get to essentially side deck, quote unquote, because they can switch their decks between games. So the player that knows that they're gonna go first are gonna put in cards like Solemn Judgment. It's basically very similar to the TCG in that fashion, where Solemn Judgment is a very popular side deck card at the moment. So, you know, you go first, use Solemn Judgment. I mean, they're on 4,000 life points. They've judgmented. So... I'm not sure what to be afraid of here. I guess Garunix in hand, maybe? But even that, you have the Photon Lord for. But yeah, they're gonna try to play it safe. But at the end of the day, this is just gonna be game if they move to the battle phase. Do you think Strike or Judgment is better in this format? For Master Duel, I think Judgment is better because there's Tenpai running around with stuff like Lightning Storm. Even in the TCG, I think Judgment is better. I played Strike at my last regional, but I think Judgment was better. All right, and there we go. We made an Appaloosa to be extra safe, but at the end of the day, We do attack for game here in top 4, and we've got our finalists. We've got Pierre versus DGZO for this Wednesday edition of the Challenger Cup. Let me update the title. And we have one final match to be played for the winner, or for the win of tonight's tournament. Gamba, yes, you guys may have a prediction. Let me see who wins the finals. We got DGZO versus Pierre. You guys get 2 minutes to predict. We're starting soon. You guys may predict now on who's gonna win the finals. I'm gonna run the break screen real quick, just so I can have a very quick toilet break. But we'll be right back with the finals. It's gonna start in a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. In the meantime, you may predict who's gonna win. I'll be right back with you guys for the finals in a couple of minutes. All right. I was expecting to start right with the finals because we've only got 2 players left in the tournament. However, I think one of them has requested a quick break after that longer top 4 match. So before they start the finals, we're actually we'll just quickly check in with the 3rd place match. So the break for you guys is not too long. We're just gonna see what's going on in the 3rd place match before the finals begin. All right, we have attempted to play into our opponent's Ash and Herald here, and now we're getting ostinadoed. Not good. But did we resolve Max C? It was... Oh, wait, actually, what happened? It was... Ash Blossom on Original Sinful Spoils, pass. Activate Ostinado, chain Ash, chain Herald of Orange Light, chain Max C. So the Max C is active. Baylor onto the Baja. Battle phase. Waiting for 25. Now the thing here is Original Sinful Spoils in the graveyard here is guaranteed follow-up. Ostinado destroys Baja in the end phase, which is something that comes up rarely with this card, but it does actually do that. This is technically good because it guarantees you follow-up, because you could now revive Refrain, but it would give your opponent another Max C draw, which is not great. They do decide to go for it. And we search Couplet. I doubt we're gonna special with Couplet. That'd be wild. Okay, no, we're not. Okay, pass over. 3 turns. 3 cards, rather, not 3 turns. 3 cards and Original Sinful Spoils in the graveyard. Might potentially be under another copy of Maxi, though. You are. Okay, that's scary. That is so scary. Okay. Okay, maybe you can just normal summon Ponix and play with that. Set Skyburn is hardly going to be enough, is it? I mean, it's not bad because if you can hit the scale Couplet, yeah, you cannot play into this Maxi against this Melodious position because they, I mean, not only do they play Herald of the Orange Light, they also play Herald of the Green Light. They also played Diviner. What is going on here? Okay. Diviner is gonna send Ava. And Ava is gonna banish 2 to add 2. Hold up. So we're adding another green light and an orange light. So now we can negate either the Skyburn or a card in hand. That's pretty good. Or both if we have enough fairies. Yeah, but we don't. We're gonna scale the Couplet next. Or no, you know. We make Bloom Harmonist protected by heralds. We pitch Mulcharmy Perulia. They changed Skyburn, which I'm assuming you're gonna Herald of Greenlight this. Otherwise, I don't see how you would ever do such a thing. Yeah. So you're gonna pitch Herald of Greenlight and Couplet. Wait, so the last card in your hand is a dead orange light now? Why not keep the Couplet? Okay, you're lucky this went through. If they had Valor on top of this... I guess keeping the Herald of Orange Light is good here, because... Oh, that's a Nibiru play. That's a Nibiru play, if I've ever seen one. Oh no, it's Fuvalos. Okay. That is not as bad as Nibiru. I also don't think they've played into Nibiru yet. I think this is 4. Playing Herald Control with this card is so good, because this card can actually add back Herald monsters. Bloom Prima the Melodious Core. Melodious in the finals. This is the third place match. They lost in top 4. But the finals started a little late. The finals may have started by now. We're gonna check soon. Where can we see the deck? They don't have to submit. Okay, this is game. Well played. Interesting game. Okay. That was the first game of the third place match, but I do think our finals has started, so we're gonna hop over to the finals. Regarding deck lists, there are no deck lists, so the only thing you can do is you can ask the players if they're kind enough to provide you with the deck list. But the rule for this Challenger Cup is you don't have to submit a deck list, just to make administration a lot easier, and therefore players can also switch decks between rounds if they want to. So if you're interested in a certain deck list of a certain player, you can just join the Discord server and ask them. Okay, Snake Eye Ash gets hit with Effect Veiler and dodged by a Kirin here, which is a very promising start, because that also means there's no Max C. It does search for a Ponix, and the Ponix activates to search out the Fire King Sanctuary. Sanctuary activates, gets Delta'd. Gets Delta'd, okay. Thrust for 1/1. Okay. Alright then. Going on here. Discard Flamberge. Alright, this is madness. Which deck main decks Delta? And which deck main decks Thrust? I mean, Thrust is like not unheard of. But... Right, we're putting the Delta into the scale because we're gonna end on Amblo Whale, and that's gonna bring back the IP Masquerena anyways, I assume. All right. Okay. That was certainly something. I wonder what deck they were playing. I'm not going to go in the replay and spoil it, just, you know, because for the integrity of the finals, but I'm wondering what kind of deck main decks Delta. We've seen it earlier, though, somewhere. Was it the same player? We saw Deltas earlier. I don't know if it was the same. It could just be Tenpai. That'd be the easy answer. But there was a non-Tenpai deck earlier that main deck Delta. I forgot what it was, though, but it wasn't Tenpai, I don't think. Oh yeah, the Super Heavy Samurai one. Yeah, the Super Heavy Samurai Snake Eye. I guess for that deck, it made more sense to play Delta because you can't play that many spells or traps like Impermanence in it. Yeah. What time is it for you? It's 10:47 p.m. right now. So not too late yet. Not too late yet, but also starting to get tired. But it's all right. We only got 1 or 2 games left of the finals. We're headed into game number 2. DGZO has to win 2 in a row to turn this around. If not, Pierre is going to be your Wednesday Challenger Cup winner. Oops. Right click on accident. And we're going to find out who's going to win that branded fusion playmat. Because in the 128 player Challenger Cups, only first place gets the branded fusion playmat. There's still pricing for the other people, but the playmat is only in the is only for first place today. How can I sign up for the next tournament? Exclamation mark Challenger Cup. There's a Discord server that you can join. It's super easy. You just go and check for what is the channel called? Schedule, where they post all of the Challenger Cups, and you just join them and sign up for free. All right, we've got our players here ready to go for game number 2. The timer might not be entirely accurate for this match because they started late. They might have extra time. I will find that out once we get there. But yeah. Do we have a stream tomorrow? We do have a stream tomorrow. Yes, we do. We're gonna have a stream tomorrow. We're gonna have a fun one tomorrow. We're gonna have a look at the new Ryziel cards. We're gonna open Supreme Darkness. We're gonna play some Master Duel. It's gonna be fun. All right, now you notice how Pierre's going first. That's because DGZO wants them to. All right, we've mind read them. Soul read. We lost game 1 and we just said, yeah, you can go first game 2. And it is Tenpai. It is Tenpai, and we have correctly identified and predicted it. And now they're going first with a Dora Dora. Which probably means it's a Tenpai mirror, if I had to guess. All right, that is... Okay, well, that's actually very concerning. Because the Effect Veiler has now enabled them to use Magnamood, but we do have Max C. Does that resolve? That is huge, because that means that Max C has huge implications. That means if they go for seals, that's 2 draws. If they go for, again, Roku add in the end phase, that's 3 draws. So it heavily discourages the opponent from doing what they want to do, which, I mean, that's Max C in a nutshell. They do decide to go for seals. Give him one draw. End phase. Magnamute search. Are we gonna put a Genroku onto the field for an extra draw? I would assume not, but it also depends on the defensive qualities of their hand. If they do feel like they might need the additional body, they do decide to go for it here, but it's super scary. That's so unfortunate. You're giving them you're making the Perulia alive as well. All right, draw for Maxi, draw for Perulia, draw up to 7 cards. 7 cards versus Genroku Seals. Well, Perulia just replaces itself. It does just replace itself, but still, from their perspective, that could have been an unusable card in your opponent's hand, right? So from that perspective, it's like one of the things to consider, like your opponent might have a card that they just can't use. And now I have made it live, right? All right, Impermon Seals, Sangan Summoning. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Normal pot, yeah. I'm gonna make a bold prediction and say that DGZO is gonna bring us to a game 3 here. Sangan Summoning add goes through, no Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit. Search for Chundra. Discard another Molcharmy from the hand. Activate Chundra. With probably the intention of just going Biden Dragon into Transcendent. Battle phase, activate Kaiman. Or, oh, we make Meteor Burst. Okay. What does that do? It plays around DD Crow? Although you could still Crow the Chandra, which is limited. Maybe that would still make it weird. I'm not sure. Like if end of main phase, if you Crow the Chundra, does that not make it harder at all to go for game? I would imagine it does make it harder, right? I'm not sure. How do you beat Crow on Chundra here? Like at the end of the main phase? Oh, didn't have it. So the Fadra can't be destroyed by battle, but that hardly matters. If you change that to attack position, that's basically like You can just attack it. It's 0. If Genroku resolved to get Hydra, it saved them? No. You have ways to play around that here too. You can destroy one of them in the battle phase, you can destroy the Fadra in the battle phase with something like Belt or Transcendience, Dragion's Graveyard Effect. That's the problem, or why Tenpai is so good, is once it actually gets to do all these things, it has so many ways around all the kind of things you could throw its way most of the time. Like, you'd think stuff like, oh, I can't be destroyed by battle, or like just throwing bodies in the way would help, but no, it's got answers to all of that. All right, and that's game 2 in the books. Tenpai Mirror won by the player going second. Shocking. All right, that is the second game, and we're gonna go into a game 3 for our grand finals. Now, here's the thing. What do you do after that just happened now? Like, do you Q Tenpai again? Make your opponent start? It's such a weird position to be in when I mean, the easiest way is if you just have a deck that you are super confident in when it goes first. Because that way you don't care if your opponent is going to Q Tenpai or not. If you have a deck that you think is going to win going first, even against Tenpai, then you just do that. How does one sign up for these? One just types !Challenger Cup into the Twitch chat right now, joins the Discord, and signs up for free. That's how. Dragon Capture Jar? I don't know, that's the one. I don't think that's the one, but we'll find out what they do in a second here. They do have enough time left. I don't think we're gonna have any timer issues, at least unless the game gets very, very grindy. Why are we not watching the game? We are waiting for the game to start. This down here is the third place playoffs, which is probably also an interesting game, but we're waiting for the grand finals, game 3. All right, the final game of today's Challenger Cup is about to begin. We've got both players at the table. I am curious to see who even wants to go first here and what decks both of these players are bringing into this last and final game. It's about to begin any moment now. Good luck to both duelists. May the better duelist win. Let's see what happens. Okay, and it's Pierre sending DGZO first. It's another Tenpai Mirror, and they've once again predicted it. All right, I see how you get. That must feel so bad when you sit down with Tenpai and then your opponent just is like, yeah, you can go first. You've been soul red. You've been soul red. All right, summoning out the Chundra, turn 1. Make spheres, end phase. All right, that is not the strongest end board, but we'll see. That's how you know you've been soul red. It's not even a Tenpai mirror. They were so confident you were gonna queue Tenpai that they just went second with Fire King. That's how much of a read that was. All right, the Effect Veiler on the Alkanix. Are we gonna have a Kirin? No, it's just gonna resolve. Okay. How do we extend from here? We extend with the Diabell Star that is glued to every Fire King player's hand. Alright, Diabell Star effect. Try to get to the original. We do get to the original. Activate original, send the Diabell Star. Do we have a response? Maxi, Ash Blossom, anything. We do have Ash Blossom. That's pretty good. They are being rewarded right now for risking the Kirin on the Effect Veiler, because if they did it the other way around, Ash the Alkanix just to be safe, the Veiler would have been slightly weaker against this play. So that is a strong Ash Blossom. And honestly, likely that they're going to have to go battle phase now. And that is not good. Going to the battle phase now, basically allowing the seals to summon follow-up is scary. But I don't know what else you could have. I mean, hard draw Fire King Island is the only thing I can think of. Everything else, you're just going to have to like attack here. So the Hieratic Seals is going to bounce the Alkanix and summon out follow-up for next turn. And at this point, it is up to Fire King to try and find a way to prevent this, because if you don't have any defensive cards here, Tenpai is going to take down this Challenger Cup, even going first. Alright, the Seals goes through, no Called by the Grave. Hydra is being summoned. Hydra tries to search for either Kaiman or Sangan summoning. This is the finals, yes. Not only is it the finals, it is also game 3 of the finals, the last game. Alright, main phase 2. Activate Hard Draw Island, Sanctuary. We haven't used it in main phase 1 because we didn't want Seals to bounce it. That's big. Alright, Fire King Island effect. Oh, we drew the Garunix though. That's not good. That is very, very unfortunate. Garunix effect in hand to summon out. I feel like there was a response window earlier. They may have Maxi here. They don't. Okay. What is their response window then? Magnamud? Magnamud would be pretty terrifying. Garunix effect destroys Kirin from the deck. Kirin activates. Can't be, the field was empty. True. Good catch. Alright, we're gonna destroy this Hydra with the... We're not gonna destroy this Hydra with the Kirin. Interesting. Maybe we want to play around the Molcharmy card? I don't think they have a Molcharmy though. They would have used it after the Seals. Maybe. I'm probably. Zombie Vampire effect. Okay, so we got Ponyx, which should still search Skyburn if we have it in the deck. For the opponent, we didn't mill anything meaningful. It was Ash, Maxi, DD Crow, and Dora Dora. No important resources going to the graveyard here. And nothing super good here. Unless if we have a Skyburn for this Ponyx, it'd be a huge hit. But apparently we do not have a target for it, so we're not activating it. Okay, so what can we even end on? I mean, we can make Hita and go into a Promethean Princess to revive a fire monster from the graveyard, but nothing too spectacular. Dark. Okay, dark on DD Crow. Thing. Ooh, an interesting suggestion from chat is Kita and keep your opponent's keep the opponent's Chandra on your side of the field. I haven't seen anyone try to do that yet. It could work. But the thing is, Chandra just doesn't have the big stats, right? So like they can still run over it. Yeah, they'll just run over it, put it into their graveyard, and then revive it. All right, Raging Phoenix, set 1, and pass. I'm not gonna lie, this still feels like a very scary spot for Fire King here. There is a DD Crow here. It was a DD Crow indeed, and that's gonna hit the Promethean Princess out of the graveyard, basically leaving Fire King almost defenseless here. And it was both. It was both. It was Magnamood and DD Crow. We didn't DD Crow on the dark? That's bold. Why did we not DD Crow? Why did we not Magnamood on the dark? All right, well, that is... Thrust was live anyways. Thrust was live anyways. The only thing that wasn't live, I guess Talons wasn't live. Centipede, hello to Ohio. Appreciate you. Okay, so the Genroku hits the field as a level 4. Pass over. Draw for turn. This is a scary board to start with. What is the set card? Not shotgunning anything. The barrier for synchros. Okay. Okay. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. They had the biggest soul read that they were gonna Q Tenpai again. They had the biggest soul read ever that they were gonna Q Tenpai again. Now here's the thing. Here's the thing. Tenpai can win in these kind of spots even without synchro summoning. But it is gonna be difficult. But like something like if it depends on their extra deck. It does depend on their extra deck. Ita. Okay, Ita. Steal their Garunix. Successfully. Hyman. Add Fadra. Normal summon Fadra. But can you beat over the Raging Phoenix? Without, I mean, SP banish it obviously works, but then you can't attack. Typhon. Typhon is game. Typhon actually wins a game? That's enough damage. That's enough damage. They need something in hand. There's no way. Typhon win rate positive? Typhon wins a game. Man, I can't believe I'm saying this about a finals that involved so much tenpai, but that was a good finals. That was a good finals. That was the reads that they had on each other, the gameplay and all that. It was a good finals. I enjoyed that. Congratulations for winning DGZO. Well played. Also, congratulations, Pierre, for becoming for getting second place. It was a hard-fought finals. It was a good finals. I enjoyed watching that. Well played to both of you guys, and congratulations for our winner. Good games all around today. I hope you guys enjoyed the Wednesday Challenger Cup. I'm gonna head to bed soon, and I'll see you guys on tomorrow's stream, where once again we're gonna look at the new cards for the TCG, the new Rise Heal cards. We're gonna open up Supreme Darkness. We're gonna play some Master Duel. You guys have a good night. Thank you so much for watching. Appreciate you guys for hanging out. Hope you enjoyed. Thank you to Konami for sponsoring the Challenger Cups, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye bye, everybody. Peace.